items of matters of national importance. We had issues of Bududa. We had the issues of disaster. And when you look at the order paper, you'll find that we have accommodated all those issues because they are really urgent and must be handled. The front bench is on leave. Are you on leave? So we have matters that must be responded to on the order paper, and we want all the ministers to be here. I have only got a response for one, that is from the Prime Minister, on the issues of Kenya, Uganda. That is the only one I've got, and excuse that we'll handle it next week. So can we have the other ministers in the House, and they must respond to whatever was raised. I am happy agriculture has come. Thank you so much. Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, in my district of Tororo, we've been having a challenge.
Is it out of my communication?
Yes. You have indicated that most of the matters of national importance are going to be responded to. However, this particular one that touches on health is not covered. Right Honourable Speaker, we have a challenge of the black water fever malaria. Children have been dying, especially the young children below 10 years in my district. And this matter has been reported to the ministry. However, no action yet has been taken. But the ministry acknowledges that this is a problem in areas of Busoga and Bukedi. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, we also have had an epidemic which has been nicknamed busy by my people. People are scratching themselves. So because all the hands are busy, so they've nicknamed it busy. And it's almost like scabies, but it is not scabies. And I have personally seen the children who are affected, the women, even the old people. So Right Honourable Speaker, my request is that the Ministry of Education, of Health takes this up so that we can save the lives of these children who are dying. And it is worse that only maybe the general hospital where blood can be transfused are the ones that can attend to these children. But there is also a blood shortage in the general hospital. And when they are referred to Mbali, the children die along the way. So this is the issue, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you.
Brought to your attention.
Honourable Bahati, can we have one of the ministers of health here? We will not continue getting generic answers. We need a minister in the House. Go and call the minister.
Madam Speaker, let me do so.
Honourable members, I have been telling you every day about declaration of your assets. Your incomes, assets, and liabilities. I know you don't have liabilities. Honourable members, by midday today, and remember today is the deadline, 64 members are not declared. Can you kindly go and declare? We need you to declare. It's good for you. It's good for you. Please go and do declare. And the system will close tonight. Honourable Mara.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I've risen to make comments on the manner in which we are conducting our sports in the country. Right Honourable Speaker, we were supposed to prepare for the inter-university games for East Africa. And this Parliament provided 3.8 billion shillings for Ndege University, and also a reasonable amount of money to rehabilitate Mandela National Stadium. What is happening now is that our teams in Uganda are playing games in other countries. We don't have sufficient stadium or stadia here to conduct those games.
Are you saying sufficient or we don't have stadiums?
We actually don't have. When we were in Dar es Salaam, for example, Right Honorable Speaker, our teams went to play games in Dar es Salaam, and also our teams would only conduct...
Honorable Enos, you're arguing that we have, why is Uganda Cranes playing in Egypt? Stop just...
So, Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda Cranes are currently even playing games in Egypt. We cannot host an appropriate games in this country because our stadiums are really shambolic. What I would like to, my pleadings to the Speaker is that wouldn't the Minister of Finance confirm to this House and also Minister of Education whether the money that was appropriated by this Parliament has been provided to ensure that our stadiums are rehabilitated and fit for purpose and fit for games. I submit.
Yes, on the same.
Amos,
just let the rest. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Minister of Finance actually is very much aware that the President made pledges to construct 2 stadiums, Chibua Stadium and Buhinga Stadium. And this is over 5 years ago. Feasibility studies were done. By that time, Honorable Bua, who was the Minister of State for Education, we moved to the field and established where these stadiums can be constructed. All those processes were done. To our dismay, is that there is no concrete plan that was followed. By now, we should have had a solution. If Nabole had the issues, we would not have problems with others going out of the country. You can imagine the embarrassment we are going through, even our younger players.
Can we have a Minister of Sports in the House? Can we have the Minister of Sports? As you respond, can we have the Minister? Honorable Amos, just hold on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the body that governs sports in this country has come from very far. And developing sports in this country to where we are, it has taken a lot. It's very embarrassing and shaming, Right Honorable Speaker, to see a team of Uganda hosting from a country which is even above East Africa. In Egypt, Right Honorable Speaker, we have very many stadiums. The President, normally when we win these trophies, he will always throw dinner. The current Minister of Sports and Education is the First Lady. Right Honorable Speaker, we can't continue having this shame, pouring water on the efforts of the body called the FUFA that has really struggling to see that we reach where we are. Right Honorable Speaker, so as the Minister comes, can we have a commitment that this embarrassment will never be seen again? Uganda, and even apologize to Ugandans to take us through this embarrassment, right? How can we have a host? We host from Egypt, right, Honorable Speaker?
Egypt is our local stadium, and and at the end of the day, we are going to complain that the money is spent, and yet we are spending money in hiring a stadium in Egypt, transporting our members to Egypt, and that kind of thing. Yes, Itungo Nathan.
Before he comes, Madam Speaker. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you did you appointed me on the Committee of Education and Sports, and when we're examining KCCA, One of the issues was the Gogo playground, which we use as Parliament. And I have a report here, which was made by CAF on 10th April 2018. This report Madam Speaker and colleagues, I happen to be on the Committee of Education and Sports. When we are interacting with KCCA,
I can see sports here.
they had issues with the playground, and we asking them why they are not using the playground, and they gave us a report, and I have a copy of the report here. There was a team from Cairo that inspected Nambore Stadium, St. Mary's Tende, and the Filippo Mondi. And from the inspection report, the three stadiums are not fit for any game, any serious game in an international game. This was 2018, so my concern, between 2018 and today, government should have done something. So as the minister comes in, he should know that there is a report, and I'm happy he got a copy of this report because it's among the whatever that was copied in. So I just wanted to say that the inspection report of CAF, headquarters Cairo, the Nambore, the St. Mary's, and the Filippo Mondi are not fit for any sport.
And I think this House passed a supplementary budget for Nambole. We passed the money, 97 billion. Yes, Angora, Honorable Angora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a very, very serious issue that we need government to interest itself. You will recall, Madam Speaker, that not very long from now, the president of CAF was hosted by His Excellency the President. And our president committed that not long from now, probably in the next few years, we should also host the CAF games here, and maybe other bigger games than that. And Madam Speaker, you've supported us in sending the young, talented players out in a way of building our capacity when we compete in those games to scale up and also be seen and recognized out there. But also one question that is being raised from where we are taking these boys. We've taken them to Scotland, we've taken them to Spain. They are now their capacity is being escalated up. But the concern that those teams that we put our boys keep saying, but you people, you cannot continue to come here and enjoy these facilities when you have a lot of talent at home and yet your facilities are wanting. We would be able to take as many boys as possible, improve on your facilities as for us to be able to get these boys. So I hope this is taken seriously and want to thank you again for continuously supporting us. We are again going there. We've been invited in a preparation for a grant that they are trying to prepare to support us in one way or the other. I thank you very much.
There was a stadium in Masaka, money was allocated for it. I can see Masaka standing.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we passed the budget in this Parliament, and part of that budget was to rebuild a stadium in Masaka, Masaka Recreation. We are now going to the fourth quarter. We have struggled, we have moved everywhere in the corridors of finance, and they have not even released the shilling for that stadium. When I see our football team in Egypt, Right Honorable Speaker, you know that all players, they draw their energies from supporters. That's why we lost a match. We were embarrassed, beaten by our neighbors, because there was no support. You realize that when they came near us here, we managed to win because they came near. So this idea that we go to Egypt as if we are not a nation, Right Honorable Speaker, that is very, very embarrassing. The Minister of Finance should commit. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Laibi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Just in line with what the Honorable colleague said, about 3 years ago, government made commitment to have Pechewo Memorial Stadium in Gulu rehabilitated. And government spent resources to have the design for that stadium done. And I'm told it was, there was a consultancy firm that was hired and they did the design. Unfortunately, Right Honorable, to this day, we have not heard what has happened with that plan. I'm not sure
Thank you.
where the plan has gone, whether there was money. It would be fair, Right Honorable Speaker, for the Honorable Minister responsible for games and sports to help the people of Gulu understand whether they have abandoned this plan or it still exists. Thank you very much.
There is also Akibwa, there is Akibwa Stadium, there is the one of Fort Porto, there is the one of Jinja, Mbarara, all those ones.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable
Shadow,
Speaker.
you will speak last after him.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm very annoyed. Very, very annoyed.
You show us that you are annoyed.
Well, I will not go there, but Right Honorable Speaker, we appropriate money as a parliament. I don't know what message government is sending us, that we will continue appropriating money, but we shall not implement. And when we get problems, it is members of parliament that are attacked, that we are not doing our work. We are in a budget process cycle. Why should we continue to give you money when you're not putting it to use? Why? So I think, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to send a very serious warning to the executive that we are not going to continue just appropriating when you're not putting money to use.
Thank you. Honorable members, there are issues being raised on a number of areas. We need a comprehensive infrastructure plan for sports, for interim, immediate, and then, immediate, medium, and long term. We need to have that plan. We gave out money, 97 billion to Nachivuvu, to Nambole. We gave money to Nambole. We will not budget for Nambole before we know what the 97 has done. We need an accountability of the 97 billion before we put any money in the budget. Because we cannot continue budgeting. Money goes when we don't see any output. Yes, Shadow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thank the college member for bringing this to the attention of this country. Right Honorable Speaker, the infrastructure problem in the sports sector is too wide. It's not only in football, but it's all in all other games. For example, the indoor games like basketball, volleyball, we have no stadium that can host an international tournament here. That's why you go to Rwanda and Kenya to host.
Thank you.
The tournament, Madam Speaker, this is very vital for the Nambole issue. The stadium where we hosted our Uganda-Tanzania game in Egypt was built with 96 Ugandan billions. But we gave Nambole 97 billions for rehabilitation. So we need forensic audit of that money, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Can we hear from you? We gave you money to rehabilitate Nambole to date. Nothing has done as can be seen. And what is your plan for the infrastructure?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I'd like to begin by congratulating our national team, the Ugandan Cranes, for the deserved victory they had on our behalf in Tanzania. I think they need a hand clap for that. Number two, Madam Speaker and honorable members, I know...
The Uganda Cranes played with Tanzania, but played in Egypt. That must be on record. No, we won, but we played in Egypt. What is important is we played in Egypt.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, allow me to say the following. It's a fact that
On 2nd December 2021, the Ministry of Education and Sports signed an MOU with the Ministry of Defense to undertake the renovations of the National Stadium of Uganda, nicknamed Nambole or Mandela National Stadium. It's a fact that the budget for phase 1 for the renovation of the said stadium was meant to be 97 billion. Madam Speaker, Parliament did appropriate 81 billion for the record. Out of the 97, 81 billion was received by the Minister of Education and Sports, and that is the money as of now which is carrying out works for the renovation of Nambole.
Honorable Minister, I want the record corrected. What we gave as Parliament was 97. What is released? Released, there is a difference between an appropriation vis-a-vis release. The issue of the release was on 80 something, but for us we gave 97.
Most obliged for that correction, Right Honourable Speaker. So for that matter, Madam Speaker, of the 81 billion what was released, I want to speak to the following. Number one, I regret on behalf of government for us having not met the CAF requirements to have our game played at home. Number two, as you're all aware, government sends money to various federations in terms of the international competitions. I want to confirm government through National Council of Sports did send money to the Federation of Uganda Football Association to have Uganda play its game in a place which was determined by the federation but not government. The entire total cost of the national team was catered by government of the Republic of Uganda. I regret that we did lose a game in Egypt, but I want to call upon this Parliament. As of now, we need to support the national team, and I'm happy as far as Nambole National Stadium is concerned. Madam Speaker, ever since I took over office, I found it prudent that, number one, I asked for the schedule of works which is being undertaken by the UPDF Engineering Brigade. I confirm that I have a weekly schedule, meetings, engagements between the client, which is the Minister of Education and Sports, and the UPDF, which is a contractor. Madam Speaker, as of now, I want to say the following. As you're all aware, the UPDF was able to secure the entire land by fencing, and there's a wall fence there. Number two, the UPDF was able to begin with the renovations, that is demolition of the existing dilapidating structure which was existing in both in the hotel and the stadium itself. I want to confirm as of now, the UPDF has finalized on issuing of almost all contracts which await for the delivery of what is required for us to have the stadium be ready for our next game. Madam Speaker, works of engineering...
When is that?
Madam Speaker, I'm coming to that. Honorable colleagues, engineering, I am not an engineer by profession, but I want to say there are certain duration in terms of timelines of structures or of setting which are required for a project of that magnitude. I have, even this morning, held a meeting with the contractor and the management of Nambole. Madam Speaker, I was finding out from them what their procurement plan is about for purposes of making sure that by 1st of June, we are able to have the phase 1 of the works completed. Madam Speaker, there are laws of this country in terms of procurement, which to a big extent, we cannot be able to circumvent them for purpose of us having this project timely. But I want to say this. According to the technical team's information to me this morning, we are going to work hard to try as much as possible to have our next game, which is a home game, scheduled for 12th of June, be played at Nambole. We are also working with the Federation of Uganda Football Association to look at what are the key requirements which CAF needs to have them ready for us to have that game played at home. And there are some areas where I have personally worked closely with the president of the Uganda Football Association and his technical team in terms of visiting the site, and also in terms of looking at which are the key priority areas which must be put right for purposes of us having CAF certify that stadium to be used for our international competition. As a Minister of Government, as a Minister of Education and Sports, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, it's my considered opinion
there is a
that
procedure matter.
Madam, thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Minister Peter Gwang. I've been listening to the presentation of the Minister, and it looks as if it's not focused and steered towards what Parliament is looking for. We appropriated 97, and the Ministry of Finance disbursed 81 billion. What we want the Minister to tell us is how he has used the 81 billion. But he is moving round and round. I'm not able to capture how the 81 billion has been spent. Secondly, I want to know, is the engineering brigade capable to handle the work which you are anticipating from the contracts that you have given out? Have you assessed the capability of the engineering brigade, whether they are in a position to deliver to us what we want? I think that is what we want. Tell us what you have been able to procure already out of the 81, what is the balance, what do you hope to do, where are the obstacles, so that we know. But you are moving round and round, and Right Honorable Speaker, I fail to follow. Maybe because I'm old, but I think so procedurally, Right Honorable Speaker, is the Minister procedurally right to continue meandering round and round and not focusing?
Honorable members,
The young ones.
the Honorable Cecilia is very right. We want to know what has the 81 billion done. Secondly, is the engineering team working on a stadium is not like working on a classroom block. Are they competent enough to handle that job? 3, tell us a reason why we should not hold you people accountable for a nugatory expenditure of paying money to play a game in Egypt. That's a nugatory expenditure, which you should have used that money to play from here. You would have invested that money to have a game here, to finish whatever is here. You should tell us why we should not hold you people accountable.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for those good questions. To begin with, I did regret on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Sports on as to why we found ourselves in Egypt.
Can you apologize to this country?
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Education and Sports, I apologize to the country for having made Uganda Cranes go and play in Egypt. Question number 2. Madam Speaker, like Honorable Atat Cecilia Ogwal has asked a very good question, which I want to say as follows. The details of what the 81 billion has done, with your permission, Madam Speaker, I can be able to furnish the House with a report on what exactly it has done. I was giving you information based on the questions which had been raised.
Can we have that on Tuesday on the floor?
Yes. The other one which I want to say is that the competence of the UPDF Engineering Brigade, I want to confirm. UPDF Engineering Brigade is very competent. They are doing a commendable job. And Madam Speaker, with your permission, I can invite the Committee of Education and Sports to visit on behalf of Parliament to take them through on what works have been done so far for purposes of coming back to report to this House. Secondly, Madam Speaker, in an area where they do not have the expertise, they source for the expertise. For instance, I want to confirm to you and to this August House and the country that the construction of the pitch itself, we are working with a consultant from the United Kingdom. It is the one which is directly responsible for making sure that the pitch, the system it requires in terms of irrigating, all that, it is a consultant from the United Kingdom which is working with the UPDF Engineering Brigade. That is an area, maybe I would say, they do not have that niche expertise. But on other works, Madam Speaker, Minister of Works and Transport is a consultant of the project. And for this matter, these are all young engineers who actually, I'm older than them, who are doing a commendable job on behalf of the country. So I want to confirm this to the people of Uganda, that as of now, our focus is to have the stadium ready for our next game, which was scheduled to play in Uganda, and it's a must-win for the Uganda Cranes
when
for
do
us
we have
to
the
have.
stadium ready?
Madam Speaker, I want to confirm this, that the next game is meant to be 12th of June. This year. As of now, I had told you earlier on in my submission.
Honorable members, listen to the minister.
As at earlier my submission, I told you much of the works is now on fittings. For instance, how long does it take you to fit chairs? With due respect, that fitting of chairs doesn't take you a month. We are looking at about 40,000 chairs. Once they are delivered in the country.
Give us the deadline.
Madam Speaker, as of now, I want to confirm that our program, as the minister, as in particular the client, we want the stadium ready by 1st of June. That is our program, and I've given that to the contractor that they must work towards attaining 1st of June to have the works complete, which can be able to allow us to use the stadium and certify all the CAF requirements. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I will assign a team to go and visit that stadium and report back. And the team is going to be headed by Honorable Mpuga Matthias. I am going to ask Honorable Mpuga to lead a team of Honorable Mpuga, Honorable Mara, and Honorable Kivalia, and report back to the House. And I'm looking for a lady.
Madam.
Chiboga.
Procedure, Madam.
Honorable members, I will need a feedback from the committee on performance on how far the stadium has gone. Honorable members, you want to hear, and we need a comprehensive report on the infrastructure plan.
Madam Speaker, I need for your indulgence. There are questions which were raised about Masaka, about Peche, and other stadiums across the country. Buhinga, Akibwa, first forward. Number one, Buhinga and Akibwa.
Can we have a report presented to this House
no
on
problem,
all of
right,
them?
Honourable Speaker, I will bring that report here. I thank you.
We are the massacre, there was a budget, it was budgeted for in the last financial year. In this financial year, finance is here.
Madam Speaker, I am happy the Minister of Finance is here. And for purposes of the record, you did appropriate money for massacre. The release is finance, and finance is here.
Finance?
For purposes of Akibu and Buhinga, the Minister of Finance actually can explain. Because for me, I need the facilities. The Chinese government had promised to give us a grant. Let finance tell us what happened with the grant. They are here.
Finance?
For me, I need the facilities. As a Minister of Sports, to support us go forward. Now, the last one, honorable colleagues, it's important we put it as a priority that we need to begin appropriating money for infrastructure development of our stadiums or sports facilities across the country. We can no longer wait to say that donors or grants will help us develop the sports infrastructure in this country. All of us must put sports as a priority to help our young people of this country. It's our country. I am happy when you're tasking me to explain on what we have done with money release. But I ask you also the second question. This next year's budget coming forward, what have we planned for the sports infrastructure in this country?
Honorable Minister, first tell us what you've used the money that we have given you. We cannot continue giving you a cash bonanza. We want to know what you've done with the money that was given to Nambole before we give you more money. Finance.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, you have an item that you need on seeds. Let's finish this and we bring the seeds.
Right Honorable Speaker, regarding the funding, I'm responding to the question relating to the funding of Akibwa Stadium and Buhinga. Is it Buhinga Stadium? These two projects were being treated together for Chinese funding.
Honorable members, listen to the minister.
And in line with the commitment that was originally made by the Chinese government, I went to Dakar, Senegal, to represent the ministry in a meeting, in a FOCAC meeting. FOCAC is a forum for China-Africa cooperation. And it was under that arrangement that a commitment had been made by the Chinese government to support a number of programs, including the construction of Achibua Stadium and Buhinga Stadium. So the Chinese government made a lot of commitment then, but the details were not revealed in that meeting. When we came back here, I went and held a meeting with my team, with the ambassador of China to Uganda, and he did indicate to me formally that the Chinese government had shifted the priorities and they are no longer going to be able to fund the Akibua and Buhinga Stadium. They did not give the reasons, but their priorities had shifted. So, and they confirmed that to me physically. So, we had all our expectations banked with the Chinese government to fund these two projects. The Ministry of Education had actually provided a feasibility studies for the two projects. Unfortunately, the funding is not forthcoming from that source. However,
Honorable Minister, did they write to you informing you that they are not going to fund the project
they
again?
informed us in a meeting, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes.
The first communication was in writing.
Again, it was through a bilateral engagement, not official in writing, where they stipulated the priorities that we are going to fund.
Honorable Bakabulindi.
Now,
is Bakabulindi here? Okay.
In a review of priorities, this one had been dropped from the projects that we are going to fund. And it's a fact, because I spoke to them personally. We are now looking at alternative sources of funding, especially including the Islamic Development Bank funding for these two projects. Right Honorable Speaker.
We'll need a comprehensive report on funding of all the stadio. We budgeted in this financial year for Masaka. The money has been on the budget. To date, it has not been released.
On the issue of Masaka, Right Honorable Speaker, you did appropriate 5 billion to Masaka. 6. The challenge is again releases. Finance has not released this money because even me, according to my work plan, I had planned to go to Masaka to check on the progress of works, and I'm happy. I want to thank the leader of opposition He kept on telling me, but I want to confirm, Lope, that when I cross-checked with the finance, they did not release the money. So the problem is
finance.
Is still finance.
Finance, we need
the
a
last
report
one, right,
on
Honorable
the
Speaker. I don't want to lose the last point on the issue of the balance of the 16. Madam Speaker, as you're putting me on pressure to complete the project, I know that I will also require the balance of the money before the financial year ends, so that we have these works concluded, because now we are dealing with the procurement. I'm happy the Minister of Finance is here. Mosei Kasaija is here. So I would be very happy and most obliged that that money is all released. I thank you, honorable members.
Honorable Kasaija, we don't have a Mosei in the house. We have Honorable Kasaija. Honorable Kasaija, we need the balance of the money for Nambole. We need a release for what was budgeted for Masaka. We need a comprehensive plan for funding the infrastructure, sports infrastructure. So we need that. Next item. Next item.
Item 3, statements by ministers. 3.1 on the fulfillment of government's pledge to supply seeds and planting materials to farmers.
Honorable Minister, this issue was raised yesterday by Honorable Silwanyi, MP Bukoli, and so many other members had raised the same issue over the same. It is a rainy season. You made us get used to. You made Ugandans get used to getting seeds every planting season. Can you tell us what plan do you have for the planting materials together with the hand hose? In the public gallery this afternoon, we have law students from Cavendish University. You're most welcome. Thank you for coming. They've come to witness our proceedings. And Honorable Minister, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and honorable members of Parliament. Age is catching up with me, so I have to put on some extra eyes. My apologies. The Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, this statement is in response to a directive by your good self to the Minister of Agriculture on 29th March 2023 to present a statement to Parliament on the availability of seeds for members of Parliament to take to their constituencies for the farmers. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, as you are aware, government changed policy and is currently implementing the Parish Development Model, PDM. I request for your indulgence, Madam Speaker. I request for your protection.
Order. Honorable members.
Order.
Honorable members, let's get a statement and you respond.
Thank you. And some people have not received PDM money.
Government started implementing the Parish Development Model as a policy intervention aimed at transforming the lives of the 39% of the households still in subsistence to modern commercial farming. In line with this policy directive, the budget, kindly listen to me, the budget that was previously used by Ministry of Agriculture and its agencies like NADS to provide seed was withdrawn and consolidated to support Pillar 1 under the PDM. This same money was retained by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to be dispersed directly to the PDM circles. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the strategy under PDM is to transfer funds directly to parish-based circles from where farmers can borrow and procure inputs such as seed and agrochemicals for selected inputs, including food security crops such as maize and beans. Accordingly, MAIF and its agencies no longer provide seed as a matter of policy and lack of funds. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, MAIF, which is the Ministry of Agriculture, Industry and Fisheries, we continue to execute our mandate in seed inspection and certification to ensure that farmers across the country access quality seed, in addition to other functions in disease and pest control, research, extension, and overall policy guidance. We continue to engage the Ministry of Finance, following guidance from the President, to support the Uganda Prison Service in the multiplication of more quality seed affordable to farmers through PDM. Madam Speaker, I had not addressed the issue of seed. I did not talk about handholds, but if I can be allowed, I want to state, we have no budget whatsoever for handholds. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Minister is saying they continue in inspection and satisfaction of the seeds, which he doesn't have. He has also said he does not have the money. The money was retained by finance. And what else do you expect from a minister if he doesn't have the money? Amos?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and our Minister for Agriculture. Members, you've heard that the Minister has stated clearly that money was diverted to the parish development model, which caters for only 39%. Is that right for us to trust production and food security and relegate that production to only 39% of the population of Uganda and think that we are going to provide food for the population and even export? My observation, Right Honorable Speaker, is that money should be put aside for such production to other percentages of the farmers. Because we cannot have food production relegated in the hands of only 39%. And secondly, Right Honorable Speaker.
By the way, not all these farmers are in these circles. But all these farmers need food. All Ugandans need food.
Well said, Right Honorable Speaker. And secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, when you consider the seeds that we get, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to urge that when we get them, they are distributed, to, like you said, to all other people. But on top of that, I want to say that we should stop getting seeds which are of genetically modified version, because we are unable to keep the balance for the next planting. That's what I want to say.
Thank you. Yes, a
Thank
procedural matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we have heard the Minister of Agriculture saying he has no money. And the finance is here, Right Honorable Speaker. And we are in Parliament that is supposed to appropriate money. Our position is that we need seeds. Whether money is with the PDM, whether it's where, for us we need seeds now. Wouldn't it be procedure right, Honorable Speaker, through your office, for us to take a decision now? We task the Minister of Finance to get money and provide the seeds now, other than taking other long routes, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister of Finance, the money was appropriated. You did not give the money to agriculture. Agriculture is actually cleaning this whole thing. You never gave them the money. The farmers outside there, originally we used to our business of keeping our seeds for the next season. But you led us into a dependency syndrome. You made us to think every year government will provide seeds. And now you stop from nowhere. What is the way forward? Farmers need seeds. Members, let's not continue lamenting. Let's hear from finance. And we get a solution. What do we do? Finance?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. and the colleagues, we are fully aware that the farmers require seed. Now, when we took a policy of PDM, the assumption was that they, especially the small farmers, would use that money to buy seed. Let us listen together.
Honorable members, listen. The ministers has said the assumption.
Yes.
It is an assumption. First, listen to him.
So therefore, that's why we have virtually released all the PDM money. Yes, virtually. I've not said it all. Depending on the committees have been formed. Because we can't send money just in the air. We want to send that money, it lands in the hands of the people who are responsible for this money. So that is, Madam Speaker and colleagues, that's the arrangement.
Honorable Minister, you actually have a wrong assumption. The assumption you have, as you had one of the members say, that 39% of the population of Uganda are going to benefit, are meant to benefit. They have not benefited yet. They are meant to benefit from PDM. What about the other percentage? Putting the fact that agriculture is a backbone of our country.
Yes.
Where does the other percentage get seeds for them to be able to plant?
Where?
Honorable Minister, it is a simple thing. Just agree that we must provide for the seeds. Let's have the seeds.
Yes, but for this season, we can consider for the coming season. No. This
Honorable
one.
members, please sit. What you want is a solution.
For this, because in most parts of the country now, the season is running out. Is there anybody here who is a better farmer than Kashaija?
Honorable members,
But
Honorable
on a
Minister,
serious note,
Honorable Minister,
yes, Mama.
if we are not providing seeds for this season, what will the people eat? Are you going to provide them the food in the next,
But let us be honest to each other. Let us be honest to each other. Even in the past, even for example, the last season, government did not provide for everybody seeds free of charge.
Honorable Minister, do you know how the government provided everybody? All the members of parliament were given seeds to take to their districts. Now, when this house is a representative of everybody in Uganda, that's how they were provided for.
Then, in that case, I think then the policy give me a chance to finish my sentence.
Let me, Honorable Minister, let me give you some time. You'll come back. Let me give you some time.
Coming back, I can come back, but I cannot see an immediate solution. I can, because I don't want to lie. here in the House.
Honorable Minister, can you get out and consult with your team and see what we can do? The power is in our hands. It is this House that makes decisions.
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker.
And you're talking about, Honorable Minister, you're talking about a 4 billion shillings. 4 billion. You're talking about 4 billion to cover the whole country.
We want to double that money.
Honorable members, let's allow the minister to consult. He will come back. Doctor, I'm going to ask you to stand up. No, he will come back. You will bring the information when he comes back. Honorable members, it has come to our attention that some schools and some learning institutions are levying charges on the students that come to Parliament and learners. And they tell the students that this money will go to Parliament. I want to make this clarification that Parliament does not charge anybody, any visitor coming here. This is a people-centered Parliament. This is your Parliament. When you're coming here, all you need is to make sure that you get yourself in Parliament. This place is free of charge for anybody who wants to come to the Parliament. Those who are charging, if we find out that it is true, then we will take an action on them. Next.
Much obliged, Honourable Speaker, and I apologize for returning on the same subject, because I thought the Honourable Minister of Agriculture would be exhaustive in his submission, not just for the seedlings, for annual crops, but even for the perennial crops. And the Honourable Member from Masaka City, the woman MP, had related the matter that I think was raised to the ministry about UCDA under his charge cutting down and spraying herbicides on farmers' nursery beds in Masaka City and surroundings. I checked the law, right on the Speaker, and UCDA has no mandate doing that. And when we asked them, they said the ministry gave instructions. So will the Honourable Minister clarify to this House which instructions he gave for UCDA officers in Masaka to go and uproot, slash, and spray coffee nursery beds in Masaka maliciously? A one Kabalega, your officer there, with the military, doing so in broad light with malice aforethought, no warning, and these farmers, Honourable Speaker, have UCDA certificates. So will the Honourable Minister, having knowledge of that, inform this House what occasioned that malice and whether he has taken action on his officers, Honourable Speaker?
Honourable Minister, we need a statement on that on Tuesday. Let's first solve our thing first. Give us the seeds. We first want the seeds. Give us a solution on the seeds, and then you come with a report on what LOP is saying. We want the seeds. Next item.
Item 3.2. Sorry. Item 3.4.
Let's not divert the issue of the seeds. Let's first concentrate on the seeds for now.
Right, Honourable.
Honourable Minister, are you reporting on the seeds? You don't have capacity. Can I hear from the Minister of Finance Not you, agriculture.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I am reliably informed that last season we needed only 4 billion shillings for members of parliament. And
for seeds, not for members of parliament.
No. For members of parliament to get seed and take it to their constituencies.
For you to buy seeds and give members of parliament.
Okay, fine. We have agents who would buy these seeds. Now I want to promise this house, let us go and look for the 4 billion. Give it to the agents like NADS so that you can take seed to your constituency.
Honorable Minister, it is a planting season. It's a planting season. We are giving finance 1 week to give us the seeds. Let's have the seeds in the constituencies in a week's time.
Most obliged, the suppliers of seed will be contacted and the distribution point will be also identified. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We want a commitment from agriculture.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Agriculture for that commitment, or of Finance, for that commitment, and I want to assure you all we need is a permission to the accounting office of NADS in writing. Even if the money is not there tomorrow, we will have the people ready on the framework. They will have the allocations done per constituency as it used to be.
Thank you.
Second point, Madam Speaker, I regret the information from the Right Honorable Lop. I am not aware about it, but thank you for this information. I will follow it up and take. Certainly we cannot give instructions to destroy nursery beds of farmers. That's criminal. Let me verify that, get to know the facts. I will report to this house and get in touch with the director. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Next item.
Item 3.4, statement by Minister on the status of payment of salaries of scientists under Uganda Prison Service.
Honorable Minister, the prisoners have not been, the prison officers have not been paid their money, and this issue was raised yesterday by Honorable Sebamala Richard. Honorable Minister.
Item 3.2, item 3.3, statement by Minister on Government's plan of action on disaster risk reduction and management.
Honorable Minister of Disaster, we had an issue here that was raised by Bududa, Honorable Nambeshe, and the issue is the rains are on. There is a likelihood that people will again be washed away. What plans do you have as the ministry?
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Bahati, your members are making noise. Government Chief Whip, members are making noise for us inside.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members of Parliament, this information paper seeks to address to Parliament on government plans towards disaster risk reduction, and management. Right Honorable Speaker.
Is it uploaded? Okay.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is uploaded. Thank you. As you may be aware, on the recently released seasonal weather forecast for March to May 2023, the Uganda National Meteorological Authority released the March, April, May seasonal weather forecast for the country that showed increased rainfall in most parts of the country. In summary, we are to have rains as per the following: near normal rainfall in Karamoja, Bugishu, Bokedi, near normal to below normal rainfall in several parts of the country, Busoga, Teso, West Nile, Bunyoro, Lango, and Acholi, and then near normal to above normal rainfall in some parts of the country like the Rwenzori, Kigezi, Central, and Lake Victoria basins. Right Honorable, when you note Teso sub-region is being a basin, there is likelihood of floods, risks from the water flow from Karamoja and Bugishu. Current reports show rains is being received in many parts of the country, including Karamoja. A week ago, my office released a statement putting the country on alert of the increased rains and related hazard expected in most parts of the country. Information on potential disaster impacts along with advisories was provided. Districts were advised to undertake preparedness measures and cascade the information to the communities. Development of early warning systems. Department of Refugees, Disaster Preparedness and Management has continued to produce and disseminate the Uganda National Integrated Early Warning Systems bulletin with information on various cross-sectional hazards. The monthly bulletin is disseminated to district local governments as well as ministries, departments, and agencies of government. Office of the Prime Minister, in coordination with Ministry of Water and Environment, installed 2 flood early warning systems on the sub-catchments of Aswa and Manafa, with validation of data and systems ongoing. Subsequently, the early warning systems are expected to contribute to greater prediction of future flood events in surrounding districts affected by those rivers. Similar work is being done by the Ministry of Water and Environment to install a flood early warning system on the Nyamambwa subcatchment to ensure prediction of flash floods in Rwenzori. And this is being supported by World Bank. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to inform this House that we had a similar equipment installed in Butaleja, but it's supposed to make noise the moment the water is rising. But the people of Butaleja demolished because they said it has some ghosts or something. It is a machine. Disaster risk management plan.
So the machine was destroyed.
Right Honorable, it was demolished. They said it's carrying some ghosts and some women are getting abortion because of that machine. I don't know. It was just... Disaster risk management plan. The disaster risk management plan was approved by Cabinet and presented before Parliament in November 2022. The document was launched in a bid to attain donor support on 21st September 2023, with a letter requesting for support also written. Funds are still being awaited from Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to embark on the implementation of the planned activities. Right Honorable, the Disaster Preparedness and Management Bill. The regulatory impact assessment was conducted and the principles are already to be tabled before Cabinet this month of April. A tentative roadmap was developed on a principles are approved. Resettlement and physical relocation and cash transfers to vulnerable households. Following the completion of the additional 42 houses in Bunambuti resettlement area, that's in Bulambuli district, A team is on the ground right now to ensure 42 households highly prone to landslides are relocated to this and settled from across five districts in Elgon sub-region. By the end of this week, this shall bring the total of houses completed to 305 in Bunambute settlement project. An additional 50 households have been planned for construction during this quarter 4 of the current financial year 2022-2023. Further to the above, we are implementing a cash transfer strategy that was approved by Cabinet in September 12, 2022 as a suitable option to resettle people at risk of landslides in Elgon sub-region. With the support of Give Direct and international organizations, the partner 4,000 households have been targeted from the high-risk districts of Bududa. We have 2,005, Manafa 900, Namisindra we have 500, and Sironko district we have 550. Identification and registration in Bududa district has been completed for so far 2,116 households, and validation is ongoing. Registration is ongoing in Manafa to be followed by Sironko and Namisindra district respectively. Each registered household at the district at the high risk of landslide in Elgon sub-region will be supported with around 17 million shillings. 10 million shillings from Government of Uganda, and the NGO Give Direct will be giving 7 million shillings to each beneficiary. The international displacement, the IDPs in districts of Kasese, Kayunga, and Kisoro. Land was identified and brought to resettle internally displaced persons from the districts of Kasese, Kayunga. 200 acres in each of the districts has been secured. Additionally, relief food and taplings have been sent to Kasese and in Toroko for all the internally displaced persons in these camps during this month of March 2023. And we also sent 20,000 kilograms of maize flour and 10,000 kilograms of beans that have been sent to each of these districts, with 164 and 100 pieces of taplings respectively. On food security, basing on the integrated phase classification food security bulletin projection of September 2022 to January 2023, the UNews bulletin, Karamoja was predicted to face food insecurity. Subsequently, Minister of Finance has released 20 billion shillings for relief food for Karamoja and also other parts of across the country. A projected amount of 3,348,200 kilograms of maize flour and 1,674,100 kilograms of beans is to be procured. Relief interventions will be provided in case-by-case basis from the MAM impact on other regions in the country. Assessments and continuous monitoring of the hazard activities. A food security and nutrition assessment with support from UN agencies, OPM, led by MAIF and Minister of Health, is being conducted in Karamoja to inform the food security and nutrition status for coming period. Continuous monitoring of hazard events in the additional and update of the district disaster management committees through the National Emergency Coordination and Operation Center is ongoing. Products from UNIMA, such as the 10 days forecast, shall inform on the process of the rain. Government of Uganda is partnering with Uganda Red Cross Society to strengthen community-based disaster risk reductions and management. Early warning systems, messages, assessments, community preparedness plans are some of the activities undertaken by to build community resilience in these hazards and disasters. Reporting through the NECOC toll-free line, we all know the 0080017777, especially for human-induced hazard, has been done and it's continuously being taken. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I conclude some of these key challenges faced by our department. No funding has been advanced to the disaster risk management plan by Minister of Finance since it was approved by Cabinet on the 11th of July 2022. The funding requirement for the short-term period between 2022-2023 to 2024-2025 equivalent to a presidential pledge of $50 million. That was 185 billion. This has not yet been released from a total of 867 billion over the 10 years. Similarly, Minister of Finance is not yet released the government of Uganda component under the cash transfer for resettlement in Elgon. The amount of relief food required vis-a-vis the frequency and magnitude of disasters is high. I want to thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for giving way. Right Honourable Speaker, the country is having serious issues as a result of disaster. In some cases, like it happened in Mbale, the entire bridges and communities are washed away. The same thing is happening in the West. We had famine in Karamoja and in Urutuke. Right Honourable Speaker, the ministry seems not to be having money. And yet Section 26, subsection 1 of the Public Finance Management Act provides for provision of contingencies fund, which is 3.5% of the previous financial year's budget. And this money should have actually, it's a command of the law. It's not provided for during the budget process. And if we are keen, the Minister of Disaster should not be actually requesting for money when these emergencies occur. My point of clarification is whether the Ministry of Finance is actually making budget provisions in line with the Public Financial Management Act, Section 26, subsection 1. I submit.
Honourable Minister, thank you for the report. We'll expect a response on what Honourable Omara is asking on the contingency fund. Dr. Pear, Bugiso, after Dr. Pear.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to inquire from the Minister, given the challenges here, that for the last 10 years you've not received any money to manage the disaster. How are you going to manage the effects of some of this disaster? For example, you know Molatar is one of the disaster-prone districts. And the last 2 years, the Right Honourable Prime Minister visited a school called Lal Primary School that was submerged. And up to now, Right Honourable Prime Minister, the school you visited shifted to studying under the tree. Now the rain has come. Children are literally not going to school. I think we shouldn't be looking at disaster in the context of providing food and emergency relief items, but also on the destruction of the infrastructures like school that these disasters live with us. So I would like to inquire from the Minister, what do we do with such instances where infrastructures are already destroyed and there is no provision of any budget even at the Ministry of Education? What do we do with such schools that are non-operational due to this? I thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Mine is a clarification. This is Wandrasi Robert MP representing the people of Bungoho County, constituency in Mbale District. Madam Speaker, having listened to the report given to us by the Minister for Disaster on the disaster management plans, well, she has talked about the resettlement of people in the Elgon region. However, Madam Speaker, 6 months down the road, the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness did commit itself, led by the Honorable Prime Minister of this House, as they visited Bugisu region. They discovered a number of bridges were washed away by the runoffs. But in her statement, or rather in her report, it has not captured, and yet the ministry did commit itself to raise 200 billion shillings
as emergency funds that would take care of the roads in the Mount Elgon region. So I really want to know, through Madam Speaker, how has the ministry managed the aspect of the damaged roads, bridges in the Bugis region? I want to hear that from her.
Thank you so much. And when you look at the issues of disaster, they are multi-sectoral in terms of approach. You'll have works, you'll have education, you'll have all those other sectors. Energy, water, and what the Prime Minister needs to do is to come with a multi-sectoral approach towards this kind of disasters. Yes, Kiriadongo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is a concern arising from vermin. Karuma Wildlife Reserve has a number of elephants that have destroyed all the crops along. And I want to believe that the Minister of Disaster and Relief should be able to come to our aid. Secondly, the River
members,
Nile.
Let's not smuggle anything. That's wildlife. That's wildlife. The matter that was raised is a very important matter. We are asking government, what plans do you have for now that the rains have started? We have resettlement camps. What plans do we have in terms of health, in terms of food, in terms of all of that? So, wildlife will handle your issue. Yes, Daudi.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister, and indeed, Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to thank you for guiding that the issue of disaster is supposed to be handled from the multi-sectoral approach. Recently, we had floods along Lake Albert, and indeed many communities were supposed to be kind of relocated, but the ministry did not do anything, and indeed houses were raised down, even those which were beyond the legal 200 meters. In relation to that, you talked about the roads. Indeed, how I wish the Minister for Works was here. This issue, Kasese, Mbale, and all those areas, I think the Minister should not be looking at the money in terms of the emergency relief items. Minister of Works suffers so much. The other day, West Nile was cut off, but the Minister was grappling with funds to have that road restored. Right Honourable Speaker, I also have in my constituency a very big issue of land evictions. I think this minister should now help us. We, as members of Parliament, we don't have facilities to handle IDPs. But if you came to my constituency, it's like now it has become an IDP camp. People are being evicted now and again from land wrangles, but we have nowhere to put them, and it's a big problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nambesha. Can we just understand what was the expectation?
My expectation comes with the communication you made and the grave concerns about the heavy downpours that are pounding, and in areas like Mount Elgon, where we have crack. By the way, I should not withhold my appreciation to OPM for procuring those early warning gadgets and for the good early warning systems. But would you need early warning systems or gadgets where God has already provided one, like cracks, for instance? We are talking about numerous cracks in the high-risk mountainous terrain. And honestly, you talk of early warning systems. This we should already thank God that it is no longer Bigwate Bilaze. It is actually already it has warned us, issued a warning in advance. So what I expected is an emergency, swift relocation of the people living in those high-risk hills. By the way, even the internally displaced persons who were generated by the landslides of 2010, 2012, and the subsequent years, out of frustration, they have returned to the landslide scars, and they are settling there. There is need for emergency attention to have these people relocate. I must also thank you for Blambuli resettlement scheme. In your report and the statement, you mentioned the target is 100,000 households. But so far, 6 years down the road, you are attempting to cover only 305 households. The houses that are ready now are 42, according to the statement. So if you do a computation in mathematics, it will take us about 57 years to complete the target of 100,000. I can see the Honorable Yomusi looking at me agitated. But this is the truth of mathematics. This is science. You cannot dispute against this. So should we wait until Jesus Christ come back? By the way, the cash transfer strategy is good, but it is only able to cover less than 1,000 households. That one is a good one. If it were not for financial constraints, that would be the best option to quickly solve this challenge of relocating the people that in high-risk hills for eventual settlement. Madam Speaker.
Information, Honorable Nambe.
Yes, please. Where? From where?
I'm here.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Nambe, for giving way. The information I want to give this House that much as government is trying to put up houses in Bonambutie for resettling the victims, there are wananchi who wants to occupy that land because it is empty. So RDC and the security of the district, they have been trying to protect. But last week, one minister of Republic of Uganda, Honorable Sam Mayanja, went and ordered people to go back and occupy the land. So right now, people are moving to occupy. The neighborhood are occupying now the area gazetted for settlement. So I want to bring to attention, I think it was a decision either of cabinet or government, that people should go back to occupy the land which government had secured. It was done by Honorable Mayanja, and even ordered the RDs to be removed and the DPC because they are the ones trying to disturb people. Thank you.
Which Honorable Mayanja?
Sam Mayanja, Minister of State for Lands, last week.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Let me give you answers.
I must thank you, Honorable Mudimi, for that information. But as you are aware, we had already warned in advance in the 10th Parliament about that land which had serious encumbrances. But of course, government went ahead and zeroed on it for this resettlement. And the controversial minister, Mayanja, is at it again. Because if that
who is
land...
a controversial minister? You say minister.
I've said it, Madam Speaker.
You have said what?
That he's a minister. Indeed, he's a minister in charge of lands. Because if land is earmarked for the vulnerable people who ought to be relocated, who should have been relocated yesterday, what on earth would this minister be harboring at the back of his mind to get people from wherever they are who are in their safe zones to come and settle on this land? So I think that would border on callousness either the particular person hold of that office is callous and heartless.
No, the person in charge of that office is Honorable Nabakova.
Okay, I conclude with an appreciation. I normally give credit where it is due. At least the OPM, you increase the budgetary allocation, particularly for these hotspots of disasters like Bududa, like Tingei, like I think Namisi Indwa. But incidentally, this is virtual. I mean, it is in the air. We don't see any enforcement of
the minister said
the
releases are not yet there. But they are trying amidst all this. Yes.
Thank you.
Rukungiri, you also have disaster issues. I don't want you people to mix issues of the roads, issues of health, issues of with what we are talking about. Honorable Nambeshe was very, very specific.
Thank you, Honorable
and members, we have Prime Minister's question time. I am going to allow this debate on PDM for a very short time, and Honorable Mpuga, now that you have talked about prison salary, we shall now bring that on Tuesday.
Much obliged, Honorable Speaker.
Anyway, they are not ready. The report is not ready.
The Honorable Nambeshe has made an able presentation of the specifics. I'll be general for the Right Honorable Prime Minister to respond. What happened, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, to the command of Article 249 of the Constitution that obliges you mandatorily to constitute a Disaster Preparedness and Management Commission to deal with both natural and man-made disasters? Because if that commission was in place, it could have guided your responses. And the Constitution is 28 years old, Right Honorable Speaker, and it commands there shall be. Is the Prime Minister aware of this provision of Article 249? So what happened? Because it was in place. Some of the leaders in this country had disasters. They could have been helped by that particular commission to deal with their troubles also. Yes, to deal with man-made and natural disasters. So some of the man-made disasters are human beings, and where is that commission, Right Honorable Prime Minister?
Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the issue of Honorable Mudimi is a pertinent issue. We already got reports that the minister was in Bonamutie, that is Bulambuli district, some time back, and he made those statements, and the land for government is now being threatened. We have since held 2 meetings with the minister and agreed to go back next Friday to have this problem solved. I promise that we shall solve this problem.
The commission under Article 249.
Honorable members, I will consult the President over the matter.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to first start with my sister about Amolatar. When we realized there was submerging of most of the facilities in our constituency, at least Office of the Prime Minister managed to construct a new health center 3 in Naboya. And that has been concluded. We are coming for commissioning. Piloting, the issue of cash transfer. I know my colleagues from Bale and Bulambuli we just have resources that we are able to do once at a time. We can't do everything at a go. And so we are able to save, to do the health center first. That's what we had. The school for now we need to relocate. Actually, for any institution that has got, that we know it's at a high risk and we have students and pupils at the moment out of this MAM report, we have to make sure we relocate them for now, because we are not going to be able to rescue them.
Procedure from your former chair.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and my sister for giving way. The procedural matter I'm raising is based on the delayed implementation of the disaster plan, which is making this House to constantly keep raising the same matters. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I am of the opinion that if this House will direct Ministry of Finance to at least release fairly adequate money so that much of these plans are implemented to ensure that the reoccurrence of the same matters are handled. Therefore, Right Honourable Speaker, are we right to proceed when government is here without making any commitment to the releases of the money that we need for implementation of the approved disaster plan? Thank you.
Finance, the issue is on the funding, and when you look at section 26 on issues of contingency fund that is supposed to be used for all these disasters, do you have that fund in place? Is it doing what it is supposed to do? And how far have you gone with the disaster plan? Because we'll be talking left, right, center on and blaming disaster when the money is not there.
Right Honourable Speaker, in the context of the matter being discussed, the Public Finance Management Act 2015, as amended, provides for 0.5% of the budget to be set aside for the contingencies fund to address natural disasters, as you have indicated. Now, over the last 2 financial years, 62 billion shillings has been provided each year and appropriated by this House for that purpose. This year,
the 62 billion is 0.5%.
Well, it may not be equivalent to 0.5%, but it's some level of effort towards attaining the 0.5%. This year, Right Honourable Speaker, out of the 62 billion shillings, 40 billion shillings has been released so far, and the year has not ended, and accountability is awaited before subsequent releases are done.
So what stops you from giving what the law requires of you?
Right Honourable Speaker, it's because we are constrained. We cannot have all the money that we need at the moment to provide for all the needs of society. So it's because of that problem that we are not able to provide for the 0.5% fully. But this coming financial year, we are going to be doing much, much better than what we have been doing before.
So, Honourable Minister, you got the money and you're not using the money as required. Have you got the 62 billion?
Right Honourable, the 40 billion the Minister is talking about was from the
62.
Right Honourable, I must say the 135 billion shillings that was supplementary for Karamoja is what we know we got. And previously, in 2021, we got around 15 billion. So I don't think the Office of the Prime Minister is aware about the 62 billion shillings as far as I'm concerned.
Can we have a reconciled figure between Minister of Office of the Prime Minister and Finance on how much money you've given for disaster and what it has been used for, and what plans you have. Because now it is between the Prime Minister and the Finance. Yes, Christine.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. We are here to look at the disaster caused by the increased rainfall. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are battling with the contingency, but we are looking at the response, money that has always been provided after disasters have befallen us. And that is the value they are talking about. But they're not talking about the contingency that the ministry would have prior. All these instruments are supposed to be incorporated.
Christian, the contingency issue is coming as per the Public Finance Management Act.
Yes.
That was raised by Honorable Mara, that much as we don't have money for disaster,
yes,
what about the contingency fund that is provided by law?
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker. That is why I'm coming up to echo this out, that without a disaster management law, it is going to be very difficult. Even other members are coming up with a plan. It is going to be very difficult to have this contingency prior to disasters, such that the minister plans according to what is in her basket. So it is better we first track the establishment of the disaster management law bill. Since 2017, the process has been snailing. We need to come up with this law and then provide for the operationalization of many of these contingencies that we're talking about. And then we stop just responding, but have a plan. Otherwise, disasters related to much rains, especially as far as water harvesting, we haven't done anything. We are just looking at the water moving on, spoiling everything, and then the president later will come with the proposals for irrigation, and we shall have no water to use for irrigation. So those disasters as created by too much rains need to be fast-tracked now. Right, Honorable Speaker, the simplification of the weather forecasts is still wanting. What is near normal? What does that mean to our people? Who exactly at the district is going to distribute these weather forecasts? That one is still wanting. People don't know how much rainfall does it mean to mean near normal or above normal. So the distribution is still wanting. Everybody at the district is like, I don't know who should distribute the information, and the weather forecasts remain there. So would like the minister to come up and at least put in place disasters related to much rains at the moment. The rest of the disasters we shall respond later. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to begin by thanking government for identifying land and also procuring the same for the people who are internally displaced. But Right Honourable Speaker, for the case of Kasese, last year in March, the Prime Minister in this House told us that land had been procured for the people in the internally displaced camp in Mhocha. Up to today, Right Honourable Speaker, the people are still in the camp and they are living under conditions that are very terrible. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to hear from the Minister, if the land has already been procured, what is the problem? Why are people not moving away from the camp to occupy this land? I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable. I want to start with what my colleague from Elgon came up with on issues of why they are leaving some districts. Right Honourable, what the international organization Give Direct is doing right now, they are piloting the 4 districts of Elgon, and once we make sure that we have successfully acquired this, then we should be able to take to other districts, including Rwenzori Mountains. And then the issue of bridges during the floods and the flash floods in Elgon, the assessment was done by the Ministry of Works, and I'm sure they are working on this report. Lake Albert, submerging most of the health centers. We also have Butiaba, that was by Honorable David. Butiaba Health Center 3 was newly constructed, also by the Office of the Prime Minister in Bulisa. Bududa, the cracks, Right Honorable. The relocation we are doing right now with the cash transfer, we have ring-fenced all the settlements that are on those cracks, and these are the people we are going to relocate by this Wednesday. Most of them are going to receive their cash in 2 weeks' time by the 15th of April, and they have to leave the place. We are only still waiting for finance to release the 50 billion shillings to top up to make it to 10 billion, since the organization is giving us 7 million shillings for each of the beneficiaries. But at least they will first receive the 7 million shillings as we give them a condition to leave. So that is going to be taken care of. Right, Honorable. And then Bududa alone, we are giving 2,116 beneficiaries compared to the rest of the districts of Elgon. Honorable Mudimi, I think the Prime Minister has clarified the issue of the Bunabutia land.
Clarification.
Right, Honorable Mpuga, the Prime Minister has also responded to that issue, depending on the rationalization. Disaster management, Honorable from Mitiana. We know very well, members, that we have Chiboga. We have district disaster management committees in each of these districts. And the CAO is the chairman of these committees. So the way we disseminate information from Central, from the radios, from the televisions, we know our people pick this information through the radios, but at the same time, the disaster committee at the district handle the issue of, they're all trained, and they are...
There is a clarification from Amuria.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have heard the Minister saying that by Wednesday, they will be paying some of these people who are in the landslide-prone area, and they expect them to leave in about by 15th. I just wanted to know whether they have identified land where these people are going to buy, because I know issues of land in Uganda, you must take your time to get the right piece of land for the amount that you have. So do you have a place where you're going to take these people? Because if it is 15 days, I'm quite sure that they will not be able to get anywhere to go and stay. Do you have, unless otherwise they are going to eat this money?
Honorable Susan, by the time government values your land and tells you that you're supposed to move, then that means you have a plan for where you're going. Yes, Imat Cecilia.
Thank you, Minister, for giving way. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to find out from the Minister what is doing for flood-prone areas like Dokolo. You are aware that in 2021, about 4 sub-counties were affected seriously by the flood, to the extent that we cut off the water supply treatment in Kachung, which supplies water right up to Kidgum. And I would like to know what program you have to deal with such disasters. Secondly, there was a promise in writing from the ministry, from the Prime Minister's office, that they would look into the possibility of giving the affected persons money to shift. And one of the affected persons was actually the departed judge, Justice Aweri, whose home was completely covered in the flood. He was one of those who should have been compensated. So what do you have in place for those people who are prone to floods? I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, Honorable Esther, you're going to respond to that during the Prime Minister's time. Let's receive the bills. All of you will speak. Prime Minister's time.
Bills first reading. The Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable members, I will invoke Rule 25(1) of the Rules of Procedure and amend my order paper to accommodate the bill's first reading. and Honorable Minister. We are having the tax bills. It is one of the requirements for us to be able to pass the budget. We are in a budgeting process, so we are looking at this, and this is according to the Public Finance Management Act. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2023 be read for the first time. I beg to lay.
Please lay. The bill is referred to the Committee of Finance.
The Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023 be read for the first time.
Thank you. Refer to the Committee of Finance.
The Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2023.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2023 be read for the first time.
Thank you. Refer to Committee of Finance.
The Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2023.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Bill 2023 be read for the first time.
Finance Committee.
The Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2023.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2023 be read for the first time.
Thank you. Refer to Committee of Finance.
The Lotteries and Gaming Amendment Bill 2023.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Lotteries and Gaming Amendment Bill 2023 be read for the first time.
Finance Committee.
The Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Implementation Bill 2023.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the Convention and Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Implementation Bill 2023 be read for the first time.
Thank you. Refer to Committee of Finance.
The Appropriation Bill 2023.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Appropriation Bill 2023 be read for the first time.
Thank you. Refer to Committee of Finance.
Right Honourable Speaker, allow me...
Can you lay the Certificate of Financial Implication?
Allow me, Right Honourable Speaker, to lay on table...
The appropriation is referred to budget, not finance. Please lay the certificate.
I beg to lay on table the certificate, the relevant certificates of financial implication for each of the bills that I've laid. I hope I'm allowed to lay all of them.
Please lay all of them, bill by bill.
Or bill by bill. Okay. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the certificate of financial implications for the bill titled the Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Implementation Bill 2023. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the certificate of financial implication for the bill entitled the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2023.
Please lay.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the certificate of financial implications for the bill entitled the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2023.
Please lay.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay on table a certificate of financial implications for the bill entitled the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023.
Lay.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on table a certificate of financial implications for the bill entitled the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2023.
Please lay.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on table the certificate of financial implications for the bill entitled the Lotteries and Gaming Amendment Bill 2023.
Please lay.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on table the certificate of financial implications for the bill entitled the Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Laying of papers, the proposed annual budget for the financial year 2023-2024, pursuant to Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act and Rule 148 of the Rules of Procedure.
Honorable members, yesterday I guided that the Minister of Finance and Economic Development will table the proposed annual budget for 2023-2024 and all the attendant documents, including the tax bills which they have just laid. The Public Finance Management Act 2015 imposes a number of requirements on relevant documentation that is supposed to be tabled by first day of April, and these are notably the proposed annual budget for the following financial year, which the Minister is going to lay, and that is pursuant to Section 13(3) of the Public Finance Management Act. A detailed report of the preceding financial year on the management of the public debt, guarantees, and other financial liabilities of government, that is under Section 42(2) of the Public Finance Management Act, the semi-annual and annual reports. Those are the documents that you're supposed to lay on table. Reports on the Petroleum Fund, that is Section 61(1)(b). The annual plan for the petroleum revenue investment, the reserves, that is Section 71(3). And then, of course, the tax and revenue bills. So can you go ahead and lay? Honorable Minister, you read the documents one by one. You know by law you're supposed to lay them. Read what you have one by one. We also have our checklist.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. In line with Article 155, Clause 1 of the Constitution and the Section 13, Clause 3 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, I have prepared the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial 2023-2024 under the theme for monetization of the Ugandan economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. Honorable Speaker, the total budget for next financial year amounts to shillings 50.92 trillion Uganda shillings, up from 48.13 trillion in financial year 22-23. In this regard, therefore, I want to lay a statement attesting
to the reliability and the completeness of the budget, Section 13, Part 11.
Firstly, the budget.
What is the budget?
Let's have the budget.
Madam Speaker, I wish to lay the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure, recurrent and development for financial 23-24, central government votes. I beg to lay.
Thank you. We'll refer that to Budget Committee. Can we have the management of public debt guarantees, a report on that, and the financial liabilities?
Madam Speaker, I wish to lay also a draft estimates for revenue and expenditures, recurrent and development, volume number, local government votes. I beg you to lay.
That is the same budget.
The other one, central government. Madam Speaker, I wish to lay before Parliament the estimates of revenue and expenditure, the current and the development for the state-owned enterprises and the public corporations. I wish to lay.
Please lay.
Madam Speaker, I wish to lay a statement attesting to the reliability and the completeness of the budget estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial 23-24.
Please lay.
Madam Speaker, I wish to lay the certificate of gender and equity compliance for the annual draft budget estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial 2023 to 24.
Please lay.
Madam Speaker, I wish to lay the certificate of climate change compliance of the budget estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial 23-24. I beg to lay.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I wish to lay the certificate of compliance of the annual budget 22-23. I beg to lay.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I wish to lay the certificate of financial implications for the budget estimates of revenue and expenditures for financial year 23-24. I beg to lay.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I wish to lay a list of accounting officers for financial 23-24 as per PFMA 2015, Part 11, Section 2 and Subsection G, and Section 13, Part 11, Subsection D. I wish to lay.
That one is referred to PAC.
Madam Speaker, I wish to lay Uganda multi-year commitment statement financial year 23-24 and performance of projects financial year 21-22. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Wait. Madam Speaker, again, I want to lay the budget estimates for statutory vote number 101, the judiciary for the fiscal year 23-24. In the same vein, I want to lay the budget estimates for vote 102, Electoral Commission for the fiscal year 23-24. Madam Speaker, I also want to lay budget estimates for vote number 104, Parliamentary Commission for the fiscal year 23-24. I beg to lay.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I wish to lay the semi-annual budget performance for a report for financial year 22/23. I beg to lay.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I wish to lay the medium-term debt management strategy financial year, period 23-24 to 26-27. I wish to lay.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I want to lay the report on public debt, grants, guarantees, and other financial liabilities for financial year 22-23. I wish to lay. Madam Speaker, I wish to submit to lay the submission of the Treasury Memorandum for the preceding financial year to the annual budget for financial year 23-24. Madam Speaker, I want to lay the tax expenditure report for the period of July 22 to March 23, financial year 22/23. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Madam Speaker, I wish to lay a compliance of ministerial policy statements with the gender and equity requirement for financial 23-24. I wish to lay.
Please lay.
Madam Speaker, I wish to lay the microeconomic assumptions for financial 22-23 to 23-24. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Madam Speaker, I am done. I have done my job, and I wish that Parliament can process this budget quickly so that we can begin the new year of financial year as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Have you laid the petroleum fund, a report on petroleum fund? As per section 6101B, the semi-annual and annual report on petroleum fund. We also need the petroleum revenue investment reserve. That is section 713.
Right, Honourable Speaker, the one on petroleum is one of the documents that we have included.
The one of petroleum is one of them?
Yes, it's one of the packages.
As you continue checking, The shadow had something to say.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity, and I thank the Minister for the fulfillment of his mandate and on time. Right Honorable Speaker, but I have one express request for which is not expressly put in the budget framework paper. That is the laying to Parliament of an approved budget framework paper. The reason why that document is so critical is that in the process of approving the budget framework paper, Parliament makes recommendations over which the government finally writes the final budget estimates. And in the process, it's the assessment of the level of consistency with the recommendations of the budget framework paper. Now, quite often, and I've been here for quite some time, the budget framework paper as approved is not accompanying the budget. It makes our work very difficult to assess the level of consistency. And that's where Right Honorable Speaker, that's where the whole budget assessment is anchored. So may I request the Minister to lay on table an approved budget, certified budget framework paper as it was approved by Parliament to enable us to process, because the section here is that the assessment of the budget must be in conformity with the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility and the budget framework paper. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg the Honorable Minister.
Honorable Minister, the Honorable Member is asking about the approved budget framework paper, and there is logic in it. We need to know where are we, what did we approve, and what are we looking at. What are we looking at? It is not provided for in the Public Finance Management Act, but it is just prudent enough that we have it.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Before the Minister responds, and indeed, like you've stated, it's not a matter of law, but a question of prudency. When we passed the BFP here, it had a majority and a minority both adopted by the House. And the command of the House was that go and harmonize. So in the circumstance without a harmonized document, the Budgetary Committee is going to find it so hard to deal with reconciliation of what the House resolved upon and what is now available. I think that's the question the Honourable Member is asking, whether you have a harmonized document upon which these figures have been submitted, Minister.
And I think going forward, because it's not something that is provided for and you had a checklist, just a matter of prudence in going forward, we should always have a harmonized BFP as one of the documents that you're laying on table. Next.
Statement by the Prime Minister on the government's level of preparedness and mitigation strategies for the possible adverse effects of the ongoing political situation in Kenya.
Honorable Prime Minister, we've got reports, very alarming reports on PDM. I don't know how much time you'll need, but I am requesting that the ministers responsible for PDM should look at these reports so that they come ready to respond to what members are raising. Lango yesterday presented a very, very good report that will help the whole House. So as you prepare that, ask your ministers responsible for PDM to look at the reports, because the whole of next week will handle PDM. Yes, Honorable Prime Minister, after that you go ahead with the Prime Minister's time, you go ahead and answer everybody's question.
I'm here. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in response to your request for government to to make a statement on how we are prepared to handle the impact of demonstrations in Kenya.
Honorable Ministers, don't leave your Prime Minister alone in the House.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I'm pleased to provide a preliminary assessment of the situation as follows. Right Honorable Speaker, government has been keenly following events as they unfold in the Republic of Kenya, following the announcement of demonstrations in major cities and towns in Kenya. Right Honorable Speaker, we have continued to maintain our warm, brotherly, and strong cordial relationship with the government and the people of Kenya throughout this period. We remain confident that the government of His Excellency President William Ruto will contain and return the country into normalcy, as we have been seeing in the past weeks. Honorable Speaker, the effects of these demonstrations, according to our preliminary assessment, is that our trade and supply chains with the Republic of Kenya have continued without major disruptions. Data on our cross-border routes, business with the Republic of Kenya for dry cargo, wet, that is fuel, and units show a steady flow from both Maraba and Busia entry points, except for minor disruptions that took place on 13th, 20th, and 27th March this year. That is the day when the demonstrations were held. Let me go to Busia entry point. Busia overall daily average number of goods vehicles in February 2023, before the demonstration started, were 473 vehicles on average. For the month of March, by 29th, 2023, the daily average was 474 vehicles. It is likely to be higher when we add the numbers for 30th and 31st March 2023. Honorable Speaker, from Busia border entry point, while the goods vehicles reduced on 13th March 2023 to 283 from 425 on 13th February 2023, they went up to 508 the following day on March 14th, 2023, and consistently increased in the subsequent days. On 20th March 2023, traffic fell again to 217 vehicles, down from 390 compared the same day in February 2023. Again, traffic immediately picked up to over 366 vehicles the subsequent days. On 27th March 2023, traffic reduced to 230 vehicles, down from 350 vehicles compared to the same day in February 2023. The number immediately rose to 441 vehicles on 28th March 2023, yes, climbing to 560 vehicles in March 2023.
Yes, Avoro.
Madam Speaker, our rules of procedure do not allow us to bring in here newspapers and when other people are deliberating. But the right honourable member there, Honourable Biraro, is busy trying to catch up with the current affairs. Madam Speaker, is it really in order? Is that procedurally right, Madam Speaker?
Of course it's not order. That is disrespect for the House. Honorable Prime Minister, and when a Prime Minister, do you know a Prime Minister of the government of Uganda? Prime Minister, go ahead.
Right Honourable Speaker, the same trend happened at Maraba entry point. Members can read for themselves. Let me go to security. The joint security agencies of Uganda continue to closely monitor our borderline with Kenya from Busia to Roro up to Karamoja areas to purposely protect our communities along the borderline and counter any spillover effects that could arise from the violent demonstrations. As a result, comprehensive deployments along the borderline have been put in place. The government of Uganda, Right Honourable Speaker, would like to reassure the public that all residents along the border are safe and secure. Let me go to energy. Right Honourable Speaker, the Ministry of Energy is in close contact with our counterparts in Kenya to ensure that uninterrupted flow of petroleum products. Access to trade. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, Government of the Republic of Uganda is working closely, like I've already told you, with our Kenyan counterparts to ensure that roads, railway and sea routes remain open and secure to facilitate uninterrupted movement of goods. Below is my observation. Honourable Speaker, from the above data, it is very clear that for the days of 13th, 20th and 27th March 2023, when the traffic fell due to demonstrations, the traffic flow of goods and general trade immediately picks up the following days in both Busia and Maraba entry points. The disruptions by demonstrations notwithstanding, our trade and traffic flow remain stable, and there is absolutely no need to panic. Our economy still remains on course to collect its revenue from imports and the general trade as programmed. We are also on course to attain the growth of our economy this financial year, as I am sure the Honourable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has already informed you this shortly. In conclusion, Honourable members, I want to assure you and the whole country that we remain confident that the strong ties between the Republic of Uganda and the Republic of Kenya will continue to blossom. Our two governments are on track to remove the few remain non-tariff barriers following bilateral discussions at all levels. These interruptions notwithstanding, our business with the Republic of Kenya and indeed the whole of East African region as a whole is on a sound upward trajectory. Honourable Speaker and members, I beg to move.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. we'll debate everything at a go. Give us a report on the preceding week. We are going to debate everything.
Statement by the Right Honorable Prime Minister on government business for the succeeding week.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I move under Rule 28 of our Rules of Procedure that requires me as leader of government business to make a statement in this House regarding business for the succeeding week. 1, the Veterinary Practitioners Bill. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Minister for Kampala, Capital City Authority, will also come here to make a statement on the way we are mitigating the floods in Kampala. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Item 7, Prime Minister's time.
Yes, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable members, after the Prime Minister has presented, you will ask all the questions.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I got a question from Honorable Jock Andrew Olanya, Member of Parliament, Omoro County. He gave a presentation and that he would like to seek guidance from government and an update on the issue of the status of the compensation of Omoro war debt claimants, and the people of Omoro are yet to receive their compensation from government. And his prayer is that I update the House on the compensation of the war debt claimants of Omoro. Right Honorable Speaker, my response is that on 26 March 2022, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda launched payments for war debt claimants and beneficiaries for cattle lost in the sub-region of Acholi, Lango, Teso at Soroti University grounds, Soroti City. Following the launch, the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs started processing payments of livestock compensation for beneficiaries and claimants in sub-regions of Acholi, Lango, and Teso. A total of 92,634 data cards in triplicate copies were distributed to the 29 districts in the sub-regions of Acholi, Lango, and Teso. The data cards were distributed as follows. 45.4%, that is 42,024 people to the districts of Lango sub-region. 36.3, that is 33,664 people, cards to the districts of Teso sub-region. And 18.3, that is 16,946 people to the districts of Acholi sub-region. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, by 30th June 2022, the Ministry of Justice had received 17,000, translating into 35.64% livestock claimants and beneficiaries records out of 92,634 data cards submitted. Omoro District had submitted hard copy data cards accompanied by soft copy information. However, when the data cards were subjected to verification, the ministry realized that the data cards had been wrongly filled. That is to say, each claimant or beneficiary had filled triplicate copies, each with different serial number, that is 0001, 0002, 0003, instead of a set of triplicate data cards bearing the same serial number, 0001, 0001, 0001. The ministry procured 2,000 new data cards from Uganda Printing and Publishing Corporation, which were sent to Omoro district for claimants or beneficiaries to fill again. A total of 1,258 data cards were resubmitted by Omoro district in July 2022 and have since been verified. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this current year, 2022-2023, the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs has allocated 30 billion Uganda shillings to pay verified and validated war debt claimants and the beneficiaries in the sub-regions of Acholi, Lango, and Teso will be paid. The Honorable Chemutai feels the district woman MP, Kapchorwa district, raised a matter of concern that they lack water in Kapchorwa district and the need for government to fulfill the presidential pledge by implementing the gravity flow scheme to ensure one pump stand per household in Kapchorwa. Her prayer can now update the House on the status of safe water provision in Kapchorwa, as well as the status of implementation of the presidential pledge by implementing the gravity flow scheme to ensure one pump stand per household in Kapchorwa. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Ministry of Water and Environment has undertaken and continues to plan various activities across the country with the objective to increase access to safe water in rural and urban areas, while ensuring availability of at least one source per village and promote improved sanitation with the aim of providing a water source in every village. To date, the national rural safe water coverage and the one water source per village is estimated to be at 67%, while for Kapchorwa district, the safe water coverage in rural areas is stands at 75%. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the district local governments receive district water and sanitation conditional grant disbursed directly from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for implementation of water and sanitation programs in all the districts across the country. Over the last 3 years, that is financial year 2019-2020, 2021-2022, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development disbursed a dedicated conditional grant amounting to 938 million for the implementation of water supply and sanitation activities for Kapchorwa district alone. The Kapchorwa district over the years during the conditional grant has constructed new piped water systems and made extension on the existing piped water supply system in rural areas as follows. This is what they accounted for. Kapwa Gamogo gravity flow scheme covering Kabweya, Gamogo, and Chepterech. Number 2, Chema Tereges gravity flow scheme covering, this Runyolo also, covering Chema, sub-county and Upper Tegeres. Cheptalia water supply system covering Tumboboi parish and Kaptanya sub-county. Sanzala water scheme covering Sanzala parish in Kawowo sub-county. Kapetenguria water scheme covering Kapenguria area. Amuko gravity flow scheme covering Amuko area. That Honorable Speaker, Kapchorwa Town water supply system was constructed by the ministry through the Water Sanitation Facility East. Kapchorwa municipality is currently being served by this town water supply and Kapenguria systems, which is supplying central and eastern divisions. Honorable Speaker, in response to the presidential pledge, this gravity flow scheme was constructed by the ministry to address shortage of water in the district. The scheme supplies safe water covering the 4 sub-counties of Kapsinda, 24 villages, Kaserem, 18 villages, Amkol, 35 villages, and Kawowo, 41 villages, and the surrounding communities with a current population of 13,814 and 2,792 households in Kapchorwa district with 674 connections. A total of 118 villages are served in the 4 sub-counties. Right, Honorable Speaker, the ministry is currently constructing Kapchorwa water supply system phase 2 under strategic towns water supply and sanitation project. The system will be covering Poti area and Western Division. The ministry also plans to extend and expand water supply on the upper CP piped water system to serve Munaria and the CP sub-counties. That Honorable Speaker and colleagues, government through the ministry has put in place all the workable strategies to ensure that there is at least a safe water source in every village, not only in Kapchorwa, but across the whole country. Honorable Abel Lilian, Abel Lilian, Chitugum District Woman MP. The fishermen on lakes are under threat of eviction by government, coupled with forceful registration of fishers and boats, yet most of them are informal and live around the lakes from which they make a living. Her prayer is that I explain to the House the fate of our people, the fishermen. I believe they are also women on the lakes. My response, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, is that government appreciates the fact that Ugandan is living around lakes and out of fishing. However, fish and other aquatic products are natural resources that, if not well regulated, may be depleted. It is due to the above fact that government introduced a way of formalizing fishing activities on lakes through registration to avoid the illegalities that may threaten the fishing industry. Registration of fishermen and boats is done every after 2 years, while licensing is done annually. In this year, 2023, renewal and issuance of licenses commenced in January and ends on 31st March 2023. The fishermen who will be caught fishing without a valid license after 31st March will be denied access to the lakes and will face the law. The fishermen who registered their boats last year but failed to acquire licenses will have to pay the arrears. For fishermen to be legalized, the boat owners must have the recommended size of the boats, fishing gear, tax identification number, and the national identity cards. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the boat owners who are not fishermen need to first secure fishing licenses for their fishermen in order to be registered. According to the statistics from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, 14,600 boats are on Lake Victoria, but only 9,306 are licensed to operate. On Lake Choga, registered are 6,550 boats, and 5,515 are licensed, while other lakes also have almost similar variations between registered boats and those that are licensed. Currently, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, registration, licensing, and issuance of permanent boat identification number plates has simplified work of developing a data bank or a database of all boat owners in the country. This has also reduced abuse of fishing and the fight between fishermen and the law enforcement teams on the lakes. I implore you, honorable colleagues, to acquaint yourselves with the provisions of the recent enacted Fisheries and Aquaculture Act of 2022. As leaders, it is our duty to continuously sensitize and mobilize the population on the provisions of the law. Honorable Nyamutoro Fiona, the National Female Youth Representative, narrated that Adjuman District is faced with a high number of refugees from the Democratic Republic of Congo and South Sudan. However, due to congestion and overcrowding, the COVID-19 pandemic became a threat to the people in the refugee camp and the communities in Adjuman District. It is also faced with other contagious diseases such as hepatitis B. Her prayer is that I explain to this House the government's intervention to save both the people of Adjumani and the refugees from this looming health threat. My response, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, is that government appreciates the value of good health of people, not only in Adjuman District and the refugees, but also the good health of all Ugandans. Adjuman District recently secured funding of 132 million from the government partners called UN Women, targeting 1,000 people, both refugees and host communities. As a result, vaccination program against COVID-19, hepatitis B, targeting both the refugees and host communities in the area, was launched. The vaccination rate among the refugee population during the 2022 mass vaccination was very low. Out of 380 population that was targeted for COVID-19 vaccination, only 158,592 were vaccinated, representing 58%, while only 24% of the refugees were vaccinated. With support from government and donor community, we target to hit 95% mark for vaccination coverage in the whole district. The district has designated 40 COVID-19 vaccination points and 37 hepatitis B screening centers in all health facilities in the district for 6 days. The health management and response teams are handling COVID-19 as well as hepatitis B and extending effective services to host communities and refugees. Right Honorable Speaker, we enjoin our political leaders and other community leaders to take lead in the vaccination and screening exercise of COVID-19 and hepatitis B so that the population embraces the exercise to save the host community and refugees in Adjumani district. Number 5, the Honorable Nora Bigirwa Nyendwoha, Woman Representative Bulisa. The Honorable Speaker, she says that many parts of the country are facing drought, which is affecting production of food and cash crops. That the farmers are entering the they are entering the first season of the year, and usually it is very short with little rain. Government over the time has been promising to support Ugandan farmers, both small and large scale, with irrigation schemes for the farmers to access water for production. However, this seems not to have taken off, and many farmers are worried. Her prayer is that I should assure this House and assure our farmers the extent of government's assurance to access water for production. Then too, she also prays that when is government fulfilling the promise of the solar-powered irrigation systems? My response, Right Honorable Speaker, is that government has continued its effort to invest and improve access to water for production. The government, through the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, that is MAHIF, is supervising the construction of 6 irrigation schemes in different parts of the country, including Mubuku, Doho, Ngege, Rwengaju, to mention but a few. Construction of the irrigation schemes, including Akomoi in Isironko and Atali in Ikweni, have started. Government has supported farmers and farmer groups by installing solar-powered irrigation schemes in various sites in the districts of Ntungamo, Hoima, Mubende, Kamuli, Koboko, Kumi, Kabale, Mukono, Kiboga, Buvuma, Sembabule, Kayunga, Yumbe, Kaberamaido, Kaliro, Buyikwe, Masindi, Butambala, Bukoma, Nsimbi, Kapuchorwa, Iganga, Kabong, Lukungiri, Amorata, Ajumani, Mbale, Padel, Lukwiga, Nakaseke, and Katakwe, among others. This is to promote adoption of improved and efficient water for agricultural technologies for the crops and livestock. Government has constructed over 1,555 valley tanks with a total holding capacity of 10,840 cubic meters in order to address the challenge of water for animals, especially in the cattle corridor and drought-prone districts. Honorable members, even Iblisa will eventually benefit. The Honorable Macho Joffrey, Member of Parliament, Busia Municipality. Busia Border Seed Secondary School is located in Mugungu B Village, Central Parish, Eastern Division in Busia Municipality. The school was started by parents in 2019 and had an enrollment of 497 students by close of the year 2022. The school was started as a response to government's policy of having public secondary schools at sub-county level. It also came as a result of presidential pledge. Though Busia Municipality donated land of approximately 25 acres, government has not come up clearly to ensure that the people benefit from the Uganda Secondary Education Expansion Program, USEP. His prayer in the Ministry of Education and Sports comes out clearly on the USEP in relation to this school before term 1 of 20. You know, these questions came, Right Honorable Speaker, earlier, since we have not had chance. So this is saying that at the start of the term, the ministry should implement the presidential pledge. The ministry should recommend the school to apply for UNEB center number, since there is no any other O-level school in the municipality. My response, Right Honorable Speaker, is that government of Uganda through the Ministry of Education secured funding from International Development Association, World Bank, amounting to 150 million US dollars to finance this Uganda Secondary Education Expansion Project. Of this, US dollars 90 million is a loan, while the 60 million US dollars is a grant from the refugee window. The project's main objective is to enhance access to secondary education through construction and equipping of 116 new secondary schools, 84 in non-refugee hosting districts and 32 in refugee hosting districts, and expansion of 61 existing secondary schools in refugee hosting districts. The project was created effective on 19th May 2022 and is expected to close on 31st December 1925. It is important, honorable members, to note that although the project was signed to last 5 years in the World Bank system, the 5 years are counted from the date of the bank's board approval, that was in 2020. This therefore implies that almost 2 years of implementation were lost due to delayed approval of the project by Parliament, and the ministry will have to utilize the project funds within the 3 years. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the project consists of the following components. Component 1 is the expansion of lower secondary education. Component 2 is support education in refugee hosting community, and component 3 is improving teachers' support and strategy development nationally. Component 4 is project management, monitoring and evaluation. And component 1 is composed of 2 subcomponents, which include construction of new lower secondary schools facilities. The subcomponent will finance construction of 116 new secondary schools in the sub-counties without, and expansion of 61 existing secondary schools. All the new infrastructure will be furnished and equipped. The second subcomponent is ensuring safety and protection of children in the new and expanded existing schools. Right Honorable Speaker, regarding the status of construction of Busia Border Secondary School, the ministry has already identified Eastern Division in Busia municipality as one of the beneficiary sub-county or division. However, there are prior activities that have to be done before construction starts, and these are topographical and the cadastral survey, geotechnical survey, and environmental and social impact assessments. These studies are critical when developing the standard bidding document. Chambogo University and Ministry of Works and Transport are carrying out the topographical and geotechnical surveys respectively, while the consultants were hired to do the environmental and social impact assessment. Honorable Speaker, Busia Municipal Council submitted documents confirming that the school was granted 2 acres of land in Nangwe, Mugungu B, Central Paris in Eastern Division, not 25 acres as stated by the Honorable Macho. Honorable Speaker, regarding the recommendation of Busia Border Seed Secondary School for a Uganda National Examination Board examination center.
Enos, you had an issue of the seedlings.
The ministry has advised the school to apply directly to UNEB and follow through the process. The Honorable Baba James Boriba, Member of Parliament, Koboko County, raised the matter concerning the confiscation of drones at Entebbe International Airport, especially from students studying information and communication technology, and the professionals that use them as work instruments. His prayer that can government clarify the policy on drone use in Uganda. My response, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, is that cognizant of the threats to the national security facilitated by advancement in scientific and technological innovations, unmanned aerial vehicles, that is UAVs or drones, have become weapons of war with lethal capacities, including surveillance, target identification, acquisition, and named engagement with precision strikes. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as a security measure, all entry points have been scrutinizing the importation of drones and other equipment that can potentially endanger national security. It is upon this background that the joint security at Entebbe International Airport got involved in the securing and the clearing of all drones imported in the country. The procedure, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, involves withholding imported drones on entry to allow due diligence by competent security authorities before security clearance is granted. After due clearance, the drones are forwarded to URA for customs and licensing as required. Many drones have since been cleared in line with this procedure. However, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as of now, there are 243 drones uncleared for various reasons, which include 177 drones under security custody are pending clearance at Entebbe Airport for reasons including 1, verification, 2, lack of contact and the proper addresses of the importers as well as consignors. 3, reluctance of importers to follow the security procedure. 66 drones which were unclaimed, abandoned for more than 2 years were recently forwarded to URA Nakawa for further management in accordance with the customs law. Honorable Speaker, government urges the concerned importers to follow up and undertake the process of security and customs clearance of their items still in government custody. Furthermore, private importers are encouraged to always engage with the responsible government agencies for recommendation and quick clearance. The Honorable Nachimuli Helen, Kalangala District. raised a matter of concern that the illegal detention and killing of people.
There's a procedure matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Prime Minister for answering questions, but the members who ask questions are not in the House, and the Prime Minister is giving the answers.
Is it a Prime Minister's problem that they are not in the House?
Chair,
are they not paid for being in the House?
Madam
when it is sitting in time?
Speaker, my concern.
Don't waste our time. Nathan, just sit. Nachimuli is here. Now, if you're so negligent that you don't come and represent your people, you ask questions, you disappear from the House as if you're paid to loiter in the streets of Kampala. Prime Minister, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, our sister raised the matter of concern that there are illegal detention and killing of people in Kalangala district. For instance, the death of A1 Masaba Stephen of Yange Learning Site on 29th January 2023, claimed to have been fishing using illegal fishing gear. Her prayers, can government explain the circumstances of his death? My response, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this is the last point. I beg your indulgence, colleagues, that on 20th January 2023, the fisheries protection staff in Buyange landing site, Bubeke sub-county, Kalangala district, arrested one Zanga Stephen, aka Masaba, for illegal fishing using prohibited fishing gear and dealing in immature fish. He was detained at Bubeke police station pending further investigations and prosecution. The case reference number is CRB stroke 078 stroke 2023. On 25th January 2023, he appeared before a court. Case number 074-2023. Pleaded not guilty, and he was remanded to Kalangala prisons until the next hearing of February 2023. That Honorable Speaker, on 28th January, while on routine prison outdoor labor, Masaba attempted to escape, prompting the prison warder to shoot in the air in order to prevent his escape. While running, Masaba fell into a ditch with rocks, sustaining
Charles, is it on
a
the same
deep
thing? Why
head
don't you
injury.
wait for the Prime Minister to finish, then you raise your issue?
He was evacuated to Kalangala Health Center 4, where he later was announced dead as a result of overbreeding. That Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Yes, Charles. Switch on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for our response. Right Honorable Speaker, this House passed a bill, a law, the Fisheries and Aquaculture Law, to the effect that the Army or the PF, the Fisheries Protection Unit, was banned from manning the lakes. And until now, they are still surfacing, causing most of these deaths and unwarranted arrests. Is it procedurally right Honorable, that the Prime Minister keep mentioning the Fisheries Protection Unit that are causing mayhem on almost all these fisheries landing sites, especially Busi Island, Kalangala Island? There are numerous deaths almost every week and unwarranted arrests. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg for your indulgence.
Anything on fisheries? So that she answers them at a go. Yes, Taylor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Prime Minister, the issue of the military men and the torture of our fishermen still persists despite the several engagements that we have had, both with the Ministry of Fisheries, UPDF, and the fishermen. Right Honourable Prime Minister, along River Nile, in the area where I represent, on a daily we continue getting cases of local fishermen being inhumanly treated under the pretext of illegal fishing. The enforcement officers are the jury, the executioner, and the witnesses, and everything. Right Honourable Prime Minister, this matter is affecting our integrity in the areas where fishing takes place. Kindly, can we have an accurate and actual response to this matter that shall bring back sanity and dignity to these people? I thank you.
Helen?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Prime Minister. Mine is almost the same but different. When a law is passed and signed by the President, we understand regulations are supposed to be made by the line minister. We are wondering why this is taking long, because it was gazetted, and we are supposed to see what happens after that. There are no regulations, the minister is quiet, and all this is being done to our people. Can we have the regulations in place so that the law is put to use? Thank you so much.
Another fisheries?
I have not, Right Honourable Speaker, the practice has been that they answer. I have not been jotting down.
Okay.
Because that has been the practice.
No problem.
So, Right Honourable Speaker, let me start with my sister's question. The Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Husband and Fisheries is coming up with regulations to operationalize the law that we passed in this House. And I believe they will come here and table these regulations for us to acquaint ourselves, and also, if there is anything, add value to these regulations. And then my brothers who are complaining about the law enforcement officers on the lakes, let me take this opportunity to inform you that we have had a number of meetings concerning this, because naturally it is also affecting our support on the lakes. So we are saying, let the army have respect for the fisher, and also let the fisher live within the law. Thank you so much.
Francis, Alan, Milton.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I am responding to the issues of Kenya. Right Honourable Speaker, the Prime Minister says the Ministry of Energy is in close contact with Kenyan, and so Kenyan officials, and there would be uninterrupted flow of petroleum products. She also says that there would be no interruption on the trade because they are in touch. Our concern was, what if there is interruption? Last time there were demonstrations at the border. It affected the flow of fuel, and fuel went up to 10,000 shillings. When we went as a committee of trade, we found that in Ginger at our reserves, the reserves were not only empty, but they were dry. Now, our concern would be that what if there is an interruption? Do we have an alternative? Do we have reserves? What is in the reserves of this country? Thank you very much.
Right Honorable Speaker, I believe it's not good for this House to legislate in anticipation. I have given you the chronology of what is happening. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Madam Speaker, on the same possible adverse effects on the current political situation in Kenya, history has taught us in 2007, the skirmishes that were there, this geographical gateway to Uganda for our supplies was cut off. Mombasa port was paralyzed completely. It was packed to capacity with containers. We expected in your strategies, mitigation strategies and solutions you were giving, to give an alternative at least to go through the Dar es Salaam port. But you have not mentioned anything like that. So what solutions do you have in the case we are completely cut off through the usual Kenya, and we are landlocked, by the way, landlocked?
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in 2007, I was an RDC in Busia, and I know what happened during the Mungiki issue. This government has got capacity, my dear brothers and sisters. The route of Tanzania notwithstanding, I want to assure this country that no interruptions will take place.
Alan. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Prime Minister, my question, can you give us the status quo for the control of African armyworm in our country? I'm raising this because the dangerous African armyworm has invaded Nakaseke district, the part of Chirinda, Butalangu, Wachato, Chinyogoga, the crops, banana plantation, maize plantation, they have been destroyed. And we need your response and the immediate rescue for my farmers in Nakaseke. We wrote to the ministry through COW, but we have never given a response.
Alan needs the status.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this government has built capacity over the years. You know how we handled the locusts. That capacity still exists in this country. We shall go and handle that one.
Honorable Prime Minister, Milton.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, my concern to the Right Honourable Prime Minister is to do with the people who are dying in Kotido district, specifically Panyangara sub-county, and Lenge, as a result of total lack of food. Right Honourable, yesterday we were in Kotido with 12 members of Parliament, and we got disappointed, and some members began crying when they saw elderly women dying on empty stomachs. I wanted to find out from the Right Honourable Prime Minister what urgent interventions are in place to rescue these lives.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable. I think my brother came late when I was making a submission here. We said Minister of Finance has given us 20 billion shillings for food for Karamoja. And so the procurement is already done. Food will be taken this week to the region.
The food is going to be taken this week, and as the Member of Parliament has said, people are dying. Please Please ensure that you start with that area.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we now have to focus on Kotido, Panyalal sub-county, and Ngenge. So let me direct the Minister, Honorable Nyakun, that I'm directing you now. Start with Kotido.
Honorable Minister, I want food in Kotido. Our people are dying. Yes, Kayunga, Ibanda, Namisi, Rasta, Kayunga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to refer to the Minister of State's statement. She just presented on the floor. And in that statement, she informed Parliament that 200 acres of land have been procured to resettle the people in Kayunga who are affected by the recent floods. Right Honorable, I do want to extend my sincere appreciation to the Prime Minister, because when you directed her to visit, she indeed conducted several visits. She delivered relief items. She's now working on the road that had been taken off by the floods, and she has bought us land. My only worry or issue, Right Honorable, is that she bought only 200 acres. We have over 5,000 people who are affected. This land is so small, and it cannot accommodate each and every one. My simple request, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the Prime Minister considers to procure more land, because we have more land. She assigned the Attorney General and the Minister of Lands to take up that matter. Indeed, they tried to do that, and they sent surveyors who surveyed other portions of land, but all those have not been paid. We pray that money is allocated to have these other portions of land paid for, such that we can resettle the other affected persons, because we do not even know who to settle and who to leave out, and that is already an issue. So we thank her so much and request that she responds as soon as possible.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, at least I have got somebody thanking government. I remember when we in the ministry or in the office of the Prime Minister decided that let us use the 5 billion to procure land and put back the health facilities. Some people were complaining. But this business of providing relief items all the time, Right Honorable Speaker, like you guided, is not the answer. So I'm happy to see that the Honorable Member at least has appreciated. We are going to look for money out of the little money they have given us, to see that we procure those other 2 pieces of land, and also buy the same in Kasese. The Kasese land had got some problems. The families that sold the land went to IGG, that the family member had not shared with the family members. And now that IGG has cleared, I want to answer the member who asked this before, the member from Kasese. IGG has cleared that government bought this land using the resources that you people allocated here, and that people now are going to settle on that land. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, when you're asking a question, don't first create a problem statement. Let's go straight to the question, and the Prime Minister will answer. Yes. Just in a half a minute. Yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and my fellow colleagues. My name is Jane Winomcha, and I am the Woman Member of Parliament for Uganda. I have 2 concerns. One is in Uganda, we have got minerals. And my concern is, As you may be aware, the district communities, actually the district officials, or the people from the same, from Uganda, for example, we are the ones supposed to be the beneficiaries of these minerals. But Right Honorable Speaker and my fellow colleagues, you'll be surprised. Some of our local leaders in the district, especially in the areas of Irimia and other areas where we have minerals, their mining licenses are being cancelled. And even some are being even denied the license for mining. And my prayer is that at least if the first beneficiaries of the minerals in the same district would be the citizens of the district. The second concern is about our roads, Right Honorable Speaker and fellow colleagues. In Uganda, we have got terrible roads, and most of them are union roads. We have Kagongo roads. It has been a talk of the day in the district.
Honorable members, ask one question.
So I would request Honorable Prime Minister to help us in these roads, Bisheshe and Kachangwahanda. It is an issue in the district. I thank you.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the issue of minerals. Colleagues, I want you to appreciate and support government that we add value to our minerals. This will give us jobs, that's one. This will also give us industries. So the president directed that we add value to our minerals. If you have a mining license and you don't have capacity to add value to our minerals, that's why some of those licenses are being cancelled. But we have the Minister of State in charge of that docket. Please come and give and add.
Right Honorable Speaker, the question which she poses, she has actually had an interaction with the ministry, and revoking the licenses was actually by law which this parliament passed, and we are going back to streamline the licensing according to the new law. So those who are affected are actually free to come back to the ministry, and we shall give them clearances according to the law. If they conform with the law, the new law, they will be given licenses. If they don't, according to the law, then the licenses will remain revoked. I submit.
Thank you. Enos, Aisha.
Madam Speaker.
Hey, that was Rasta man. Okay, Rasta, Enos, Aisha.
I'm happy, Madam Speaker, that you have not forgotten me. I'm Musila John, officially from Wuro East, and I have two concerns for the Prime Minister.
Just say only one, the most crucial one.
I will get confused around those, that guidance. But anyway, most obliged, Madam Speaker. Number one is the issue of Kenya, and some of us are on the border. I want to also support and move with the Prime Minister that the traffic flow is perfect. Ruahaha is a return border point. We have about 1,200 trucks, and we maintain the number. That shows that those bringing in goods are perfectly returning very well. Even those which export, those of us at the border, we are doing well. Concern number two, Madam Speaker, if you could just give me 1 minute, is about the issue of compensations, the assistance in Bugisu. Honorable Nambesha and myself and others know that Give Direct promises 7 million, which is okay. But government added 10 million. I wish to announce to the country and the parliament today, Madam Speaker, that it shouldn't be an issue later when it comes here. I'm not a prophet of doom. But to say that you are going to give 17 million and then move people away, use 17 million, I don't know what rationale. In Bulambuli, one house goes for about 60 million. Land goes for about 40 or 50 million, which is 100. What would be the rationale of giving a Mugisu who is being moved away 17 million? And where do you get land in Mugisu, even a quarter an acre at 17 million? Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we have held over 7 meetings in Kampala and locally. And the Honorable Member has always been present. Last month. People are dying. Your government does not have enough resources to relocate our people. And some people are no longer there anyway. Yes, some are camped in schools, some are living with their relatives. So together with the members of parliament, including Honorable Musira, we came up with a strategy and said, Bunamutie, like you heard our brother saying it will take 54 years. It's going to take so long, but people continue to die. We agreed with the office of the Prime Minister, together with the leaders and local leaders, and said, Iwanangi, let people relocate, other than losing lives day in, day out. So I am wondering why my brother now, because some people left their land long ago without anything. And he's one of those members who suggested that we go urbanization. So I'm reminding you, brother, let us not fail this, because our people will die anytime. Yes, we are not good. It's not good for us to continue losing lives like this.
Thank you.
Just support government.
Thank you, Honorable members, a bird in the hand is better than many in the air. Let's first have the one which is a small bird. Then as we anticipate for so many in the air. Yes, Enos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, well aware that the government changed its policy to supply free seedlings and moved funds to PDM, and very much aware that parish development model has not been implemented. This Parliament, during the last financial year, allocated 30 billion through UCDA to continue supplying free seedlings to farmers as we wait for implementation of parish development model. This money has not been given out or has not been released to to Uganda Coffee Development Authority. This is the second season. Fortunately, Madam Speaker, last season, the Honorable Minister of Finance allocated some, actually he didn't even allocate, but he allowed coffee nursery operators to supply UCD on credit. That was around 42 billion, and farmers were given seedlings in November. But this season, UCD has been quiet, government is quiet, and yet Parliament allocated 30 billion towards that, and they appropriated, thank you, appropriated 30 billion, well knowing that PDM will not have been implemented by this season. Madam Prime Minister, we are here to ask that you push Ministry of Finance. If they don't have resources, which we might understand, let them allow coffee nursery operators to supply farmers on credit as we mobilize the resources, considering that already the money was appropriated. Then we wait for money to be available and we pay the operators. But at least farmers should have seedlings this coming season so that we achieve our roadmap. We had targeted to produce 20 million bags. At the time of these interventions, we were at 3.5 million bags. We have now reached at 8 million bags. If we do not sustain our interventions, we might fail to achieve our roadmap of 2017 for coffee growth. Thank you, Madam Speaker and the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I'm reliably informed that you already came up with a directive to the executive that the Ministry of Agriculture comes back here with a statement. I request that we allow the Minister of Agriculture to come back so that I don't beat about the bush.
there was a question that there was an issue raised by leader of opposition and MP of Masaka, and Honorable Frank is supposed to come and report to the House on Tuesday. So that could forward your question on those matters. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question had to do with cutting trees or closing nursery operators gardens in
Let's
Masaka.
incorporate yours
Or we
too,
incorporate it. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your guidance.
Supposed to bring. Aisha Kavale.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Greetings from the people of Bugangai's East. My question goes to the Right Honorable Prime Minister. I've been hearing, Right Honorable Speaker, that compensation in Karamoja, in Bugisu, everywhere. But Right Honorable Speaker, we have people who were moved from Mpocha since 1992. And these people are all over Uganda. Kasese, Kamwenje, Bugangai's East, in Kakumiro District, Kagadi, Isinjiro. When, Right Honorable Prime Minister, when are we going to compensate? Some were compensated and some have not been compensated. When are we compensating these people that were moved from Pocha? Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Those are the voters of the Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, my voters have been compensated in a phased manner. And the government continues to compensate these people.
Kavale.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Councillor Ndamira Atwachile, representing Kabale District. Right Honorable Prime Minister, my question is about the Batwa community. My fellow colleagues have been raising this issue from Rwanda. Now here comes Kabale people. The Batwa were chased out of the forest where they used to enjoy all the goodies, but they were forced to live with the people they were not used to. And no land that was allocated to them for farming. They have suffered hunger, season in, season out. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, I wrote a request requesting for food from the disaster and prepared, which I think was under your docket. And the minister told me that the Batwa is not a disaster, but I want to let you know that they have become a disaster to the people they are living with. They go and just steal from other farmers, and I want to know where these people should be put. I thank you, Right Honorable.
I'm not sure whether they steal, but they help themselves with whatever they get, because that will be a very strong word for them that they are thieves.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, because those other ones are complaining a lot, and even the Batwa are complaining, and they want government to also consider them. If not, they are vowing to go back to the forest.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, His Excellency the President wrote to me directing me to handle the issue of Batwa and Benet. The Office of the Prime Minister, together with the Ministry of Tourism, have, I think, had like 7 meetings since when this issue started. We are looking for a way of settling them permanently. And I want to assure my sister that we shall handle this matter conclusively, though we have delayed. And 2, I have reliable information that these Batwa have been working for people and they are usually paid, and it is that pay they use to survive. They are not thieves.
I told you they are not thieves. Moroto. Moroto. Okay, both of you. Start with the lady and then the next Moroto.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Right.
Stella Achang.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, in 2019, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development allocated money, 4.7 billion, to construct a remand home in Moroto district. And that remand home was supposed to be completed by 2021. But to date, that remand home has stalled and it looks abandoned. What has happened? When will this remand home get completed?
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Gender.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it's true that under Justice, Law and Order sector, we got financing to construct the remand home 3 years ago. The contractor was given the task, but unfortunately, at one point the district indicated that they needed a diversion because of the wetland that was near the remand home. However, we have solved most of the outstanding issues with the contractor, and we have given him a timeline within which to conclude, and we will be able to soon resume and conclude and finish the construction. Thank you.
Moroto Ulira, you need to give the MP the timeline. Now, what timeline you've agreed, so that
we have given the contractor 6 months to complete the construction.
So, Honorable Stella, make a follow-up. In the 6 months should be completed. Moroto Ulira.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a question to the Right Honourable Prime Minister. In 2017, government grant-aided Akora Seed Secondary School. It's at the center of my constituency. And up to date, the parents struggled and erected 2 structures to accommodate Senior 1 and Senior 2. Now they are up to Senior 4. But still, the students are studying in a very funny way. Now that rain has come, they don't have proper classrooms to conduct lessons. I want to know from the Right Honourable Prime Minister what plans the government has to ensure that Akora sub-county, which is housing Akora Seed Secondary School, also benefit from the funding that government is pushing towards the improvement of secondary education in this country. And finally, Right Honourable Speaker, heavy rains destroyed crops. And I have 2 sub-counties that are in the floodplain. That is Abia and Aloy sub-county. Last week, 2 parishes were destroyed completely. That is Aleptong parish and then Amuria parish. And I whispered to the Minister of Disaster, and she told me all activities has been stalled. They're only looking at delivering food supplies for now. What is it that government can do to support also these farmers who planted their crops and all were destroyed? I thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Akora Senior Secondary School, I would suggest that you allow me engage the ministry since they are not represented here. Hey,
Education is here.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and colleagues. You're all aware that the policy of government is to have a seed secondary school per sub-county. Now that Akora sub-county is among those which do not have, the Ministry of Education and Sports has a plan to implement the policy when funds are available. I thank you.
Right Honourable, I wanted to respond on the issue of the disaster that happened in his constituency. Right Honorable, at the moment we are having hailstorms. Unfortunately, the Minister of Agriculture has said they are going to have us, to give us with seeds. I would request that members, when you have an hailstorm for now, all we need is replacement. Because unless it is a disaster that has affected a household or it has affected an institution where we need to do replacement. But for now, that kind of disaster of destroying the crops, we need replacement by replanting.
So you're saying we should not plant now because they are hailstones?
For those that have been destroyed during the hailstorm, we can replant.
Is it in the whole country? My place does not have.
It is.
For us who want the seeds to plant. Mine does not have hailstones.
Right, Honorable, the hailstorm is actually mostly on the western part of the country, right away from Rakai, Ibanda.
For us, give us the seeds, we shall know what to do. Moses, Panado.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am raising a matter of serious security concern. Something that is unprecedented in Karamoja is happening in the corridors of Nakapriprit and Amuda district. There is a group of armed people, criminals, that are stealing property and killing people. Since January this year,
Josephat, leave my Prime Minister to listen.
Since January this year, we have so far lost 11 people in Nakapripri district, and over 2,000 heads of cattle have been stolen in 13 incidences. On the 6th January, we lost 4 people, and subsequently, until about a week ago, we kept losing people. 11 lives have been lost. And every other day, this group of armed people are wreaking havoc, and they are doing it with abandon, with ease, as their own time, and actually they have overwhelmed the security in the place. The situation is so alarming that 9 days today, this is the 9th night, I've never rested with my other members of parliament from both Nakapriprit and Amudat. We receive phone calls of cries from people. People are living in fear, panic, and right now, I'm sure we are even receiving phone calls, only that we are inside the house. The situation is so dire, it is so bad, it has never happened over a period of even over 20 years.
Thank you,
now,
Moses.
I am requesting that they should actually muzzle the Minister of Defense, Minister of Internal Affairs, and the top UPDF leadership, so that we go for a whole spot visit in the place. Because people are living in fear, and the situation is terrible. It has never happened before. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Moses.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the armed warriors in Karamoja, I believe we have had like 20 meetings, including the one that the President organized in Karamoja sub-region. They usually subside and then come back. So the President recently directed that we use the helicopters and also add more troops in the region. I am going to follow up, Right Honorable Speaker, so that the troops are added in Karamoja. I beg to submit.
I just want to inform the Right Honorable Prime Minister that this is not the normal rustling that is happening. This is something very unique. In fact, now they have gone to the extent of even stealing household properties. People are not resting. People are not resting. I wish you could just get us, the team, to go with me right now even to the place.
Now,
people are not really resting.
Now
This is not the normal raiding. This is not the normal raiding. This one is just, and I want to just inform this. Yes.
Moses, now that the Prime Minister has gotten to know the issue, make a follow-up now with the Prime Minister. Please, when she's living here, move out with her, give her full information. I know there is some information that you can't give fully. Give the Prime Minister full information and an action will be taken. If it means going on ground, Prime Minister, please have a team to go on ground and have that sorted out.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm obliged.
Thank you, Panado.
Right Honourable Speaker, though the Minister cannot ask, the Honourable Anyakun has been to my office like twice. And there are certain things we have already put in place. I want to assure the Honourable Member that we are going to follow through until when our people get total peace.
Thank you, Panado.
Thank
Angora.
you. Right Honourable Speaker, thank you for allowing me to ask our Prime Minister. People are talking as if people...
Panado, can you talk?
No, it's okay. Madam Prime Minister, national medical stores supplies drugs to our health centers and hospitals in cycles. Cycle 1 is supposed to be supplied in July, Cycle 2 in September, and both cycles, Cycle 1 and Cycle 2, for July and September were combined and supplied in December. As I speak, Cycle 3 that is supposed to be supplied in December, and Cycle 4 in February, they have not been supplied. Right now, in Ibanda, in our health centers, this is not only Ibanda, all our health centers in Uganda, including health centers in Kakumiro, Bukedi, and other districts. Even the cheapest drug, Panado by name, you cannot find Panado in those health centers. And the National Medical Stores is saying that they are going to continue combining cycles time after time. It's like missing to eat it's like missing to eat lunch, and you are given dinner and lunch at the same time. You can only eat what is due. So this results into wastage and safety and at some extent drug expiry. So NMS is essentially asking whoever got sick in those previous months to fall sick again when it is going to be supplying what? Medicine. My prayer, NMS should start supplying drugs as per cycle, not combining cycles. Because first of all, they are not sure of the facilities down there in our districts. Because when you bring drugs for like 4 cycles, you will not have stores where to put those drugs. So somehow people end up stealing drugs and our people are suffering. So, Right Honourable Prime Minister, kindly give us our stand as a country and the Minister of Health, what we are supposed to do to make sure our wananchi, our local people, our poor people are able to access free health care.
Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I want to remind you that you directed me sometime back in January when we had crisis across the country of drugs. So what we did with the Ministry of Health, National Medical Stores, and our government chief whip, we had several meetings, and the Ministry of Finance. So we have had several meetings, and the issue was one, National Medical Stores was like going on IFOMIS has always delayed them. So we are requesting the Ministry of Finance. We requested the Ministry of Finance and directed that they now provide money quickly to NMS. And I believe they have done so. That's why they have started now distributing drugs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angora. Honorable all.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Right Honourable Prime Minister for the statement she has given concerning the crisis in Kenya. I said concerning the relationship with Kenya, I want to say and also assure the members here that the borders, especially on my side, the Malaba border and the long corridor that we have with Kenya, activities are moving on normally. And I think that is good enough. However, the government of Uganda should liaise with the Kenyan government on giving confidence to our people who are moving along the roads. What happened in 2007 should not happen again. Where necessary, convoys should be organized for those who want to move, or collection centers where they can park for the 2 days when the riots are going on, that is Monday and Thursday, and then escorted for those who have cargo to move without any challenges. But also, Madam Prime Minister.
So what's your question?
Madam
What's
Prime
your
Minister.
question?
Madam Prime Minister, mine is a request for the corridor. The request I'm putting to you is we have a challenge with the surveillance in terms of security. Most of the sub-counties along the borderline don't have security posts, but also they don't have motorcycles to support in the surveillance and management of the cross-border movements. Recently, our neighbors have taken advantage of the problems across and escalated in the theft of animals that are crossing to Kenya, and our people cannot move to collect those animals, even because of the challenges in the surveillance. So my request is, let's enhance on the security support to the GSOs who don't have motorcycles. Let's also enhance on the support to the police posts that must be along the border in order to support the movement of our people without any challenge. Otherwise, I thank you very much.
Prime Minister. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, like I told you in my report, Government of Uganda is prepared for any eventuality. We are doing both covert to the surveillance is ongoing. I want to assure my brother that we do not only use these you cannot see sometimes you cannot see them moving, but we are surveying that border. That's why we have a peaceful coexistence with our neighbors.
Thank you, Right Honorable thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, health is number one. But really, Gulu Regional Referral Hospital, I hear we received CT scan a long time ago. Why are we delaying to operationalize it? We still bring our people up to Mulago, and it is so expensive for our poor people to come to Mulago. What is the problem? What is delaying this operationalization of this CT scan, which was budgeted for 2021, 2022? What is the problem? Even I have issue with remand home. I visited our remand home in Gulu, and the remand home, those days we put it for Gulu district. But right now it is serving all two sub-regions. That is actually sub-region and Lao sub-region. The staffing is not enough. The children are not rehabilitated. Why are we doing a lot of disservice to our children? We pile them there. They were even more than 150 in a very small place, squeezed place. Why do we do that? Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I want to thank Parliament for allocating resources for government to buy these CT scans across the country, because all our regional hospitals received CT scans. The biomedical engineers will be facilitated to make sure that these CT scans are functional. The timeline the Ministry of Health
will come here and give us those timelines.
Elijah Santa. Honorable members, it is coming to 6 and we are going to break the fast. We are going to break the fast. It's coming to 6.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the central bank is a key institution in this country in stabilizing the economy. But Right Honorable Speaker, since we lost our governor, we have not had a replacement. The board of Bank of Uganda expired on the 18th of February. Today is the end, is coming on 30th of March. We don't have a board for central bank, the Bank of Uganda. So, Right Honorable Speaker, when is the central bank having a full board? Because the central bank is a very key institution in this country. I remember the Right Honorable Leader of Opposition raised this matter before 18th. We gave you a warning, but to date there is nothing.
I want to thank my brother. I am going to use this opportunity to inform you that I am going to remind the appointing authority.
Thank you, Santa.
Thank you, Right
But
Honorable.
we are two Santas.
Both of you. So let's start with the one of Lango, then you go to the one of Acholi.
And the president.
The president of PPPPPPP.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to ask the Right Honorable Prime Minister. The rains have come back, and in 2018, Barrio Primary School was deroofed, and we asked for the iron sheets. We were not given. So when are we getting our iron sheets? Even Angolo Primary School, Right Honorable Speaker, the community had to intervene. After me writing letters and letters, but I was not given the iron sheets. So when will Barrio Primary
Disaster preparedness. Disaster.
Honorable members and colleagues, the Office of the Prime Minister has got 6 ministries that give iron sheets. The Ministry for Northern Uganda, as we talk now, still has 4,500 iron sheets in the store. The Ministry for Test Affairs, as we talk now, has 2,800 in the store. The Ministry for Disaster Preparedness, as we talk now, still has 1,400 iron sheets. I want to know the number of iron sheets, and then through Ministry of Disaster Preparedness, we give you iron sheets.
Honorable Minister, disaster give iron sheets. Santa.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable.
She wants to reaffirm.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, we have requisitions from colleagues here for disaster-related issues in their districts. So now what we got from this quarter, we want to
The Prime Minister has made an order.
We shall include hers after we're finished giving our colleagues here who requested prior.
The Prime Minister has ordered you. Prime Minister has ordered, please give the iron sheets. Santa, tomorrow make a follow-up on your iron sheets. Honorable Santa, PPPPPP.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I have heard the Minister make presentation of services under disaster, but I would like to call upon the Minister that I did not hear about distribution of food to our children who are suffering from nodding disease. These are no longer children, Right Honorable Speaker. They are now youth, and they are becoming very wild in the community. I would like to report that in December, one of them hit the father to death. There were 3 in the family affected, but this one boy, something came to his mind, took a log and just hit on the father's head. So according to medical people, these children like to eat food most of the time. And so if the parent cannot provide food, then you get into trouble.
This also gives me time to alert the government that maybe at a certain time we need to begin thinking about rehabilitation center. We have got Kitgum affected, Lamoa affected, Pade affected, and part of Omoro is affected. Where are we going to put these boys and girls who are a little bit mad, who don't understand themselves? They will start raping girls on the way and women on the way. We need to start thinking about that because there are not few people. There are really many. But for now, I wanted to hear from the state minister that there is food also which is going to be given to them, because normally they give the parents food. Thank you.
Thank you, Baroda Abim.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and my sister Santa. We have
And Josephat.
We have been giving relief items to the nodding diseases in Omoro district, Pade, all those other districts. But I want to promise you that we are going to give another round of food to them.
Thank you so much, Minister. Baroda. Baroda Abim Josephat.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we were promised a modern market in Kamuli municipality. Most of the municipalities have been worked on, but ours, up to right now, they have not yet built a market. I'm asking the Right Honorable Prime Minister, when are we expecting our market as Kamuli municipality? Thank you.
Local government.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. We're still negotiating with the development partners. We'll keep the members informed on the market for Kamuli. Thank you.
When can the member get in touch with you?
We expect a final position, not tonight. Speaker, protect me from that harassment by...
Please just let her know when she can come over to your office.
Kindly on Thursday next week.
Thank you.
Get in touch with my office.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have two questions. Brief.
Just ask one.
Rains have started already, and people even fear to go to the gardens because of insecurity. I'm asking a question. What about the tractors which were meant for Karamoja? Most districts have received. Up to now, rains have started for Karamoja as usual. It's still walking slowly. Secondly, we have mobilized children.
The issue of the Karamoja tractors.
We have mobilized enough children to go to school, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in my district, half of the children are using stones for sitting in class. I'm kind of requesting what is the plan by Ministry of Education to provide seating material for children in school. It is becoming.
But are there buildings?
At least there are some buildings.
Okay.
But even in the building, there are stones for sitting, no chairs and desks.
No benches.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I got a report from the Minister of Agriculture that 9 tractors were allocated to our people of Karamoja. I request you to allow me go back and come back with a report through the Ministry of Agriculture to tell us where these tractors were allocated. Then the stones, the Ministry of Education is here.
Madam Speaker and Right Honorable Prime Minister, colleagues, first of all, it's very unfortunate that in some parts of this country we have children who sit on stones. I want to regret for that incident, but listen to me for the answer. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we have what we call school facilitation grant. This money is sent to the districts. And it's that money where districts plan to procure desks for the schools. As the Minister of Education and Sports, we continue to call upon finance to increase on the budget for this specific budget to facilitate us to get out of that predicament. I thank you.
Honorable Minister, first find out how much was sent to Karamoja for that activity or for buying of desks, and then we'll be able to determine whether the money went or it didn't go, and if it didn't go, specifically look at that school.
Madam Speaker, I'm most obliged for that, but I'm happy that even here I have a Minister of Local Government. As Minister of Education, I will endeavor to get the correct figure for Karamoja as a sub-region, but I also want to implore the Minister of Local Government to follow it up for the rest of the country. I thank you.
We need a response to that, and give a feedback to the member, and give me a copy of the letter on the feedback that you've given. Elisha, Carol.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
I thought I was the one.
Let's finish with him, then we have the two of you. Yes, Josephat, finish, then Elisha comes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern to the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable David Kavanda, please give space to... My concern to the Right Honorable Prime Minister is about a situation entailing in my constituency, which affects specifically a sub-county called Kasambia. And there are two parishes specifically. One is Semuto, and another one is Mitembo. We have got a small sanctuary of chimpanzees. But unfortunately, it is not a gazetted wildlife reserve. These chimpanzees are growing in number, and they are affecting the communities. Because of the population of the chimpanzees growing, the food in the forest is not enough. So they reach out to the communities, and they have really destroyed their gardens. Right Honorable Speaker, 2 people have been not killed, but mauled by these chimpanzees. But recently, one kid, a kid of 3 years, was killed. This renders most of the families to keep their children at home for fear that their children will be killed by the chimpanzees. My prayer, unfortunately, let me pull out my glasses, I wanted to mention these families. Let me pull out my glasses so that I give correct information. Right Honorable Speaker, Nayeba the innocent from Mugenza LC1 was mauled by a chimpanzee. Another one called Bantrachi Stidia of Kisoro LC1 was also attacked by a chimpanzee. And the one that was killed is Tumukunde Abra. This happened on the 31st of January 2023. The girl was aged 3 years, and she was killed. My prayer to government that, 1, these families should be compensated, but to have a lasting solution, Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that these chimpanzees should be relocated from that place, because the forest reserve that I'm talking about, which is Chimera Forest Reserve, is only 5 square kilometers. It cannot sustain the ever-growing number of chimpanzees. I so beg. Thank you.
Yesterday, the same thing was raised by Honorable Tinka.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, Kakumiro and Kasambia are my constituents. We have had a number of meetings because I'm aware that we lost some lives. And in 2017, a baby was taken by chimpanzees. We rescued that baby after like 2 years. Yes, I mean after like 2 days. It was 2 days, not 2 years, I'm sorry. I'm getting tired since 4. I've been answering questions. My brother colleague, I think I need now to inform you and direct the minister who is here that they go and relocate those chimpanzees forthwith and take them to better, because we need them for tourism. We need these chimpanzees because the communities had started killing them, then we restrained them from killing them. So I request that you go and remove your chimpanzees from Kakumi.
Take your chimpanzees to a gazetted area, and they should stop killing our children.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity also to ask a question to the Prime Minister, Right Honorable. In Uganda, 1 in every 7 children is an orphan, and about 3.5 million children are orphans to HIV/AIDS. In our communities, the care for these orphans is not clear. And I want to give an example of education. When they go to school, yes, we have UPE, we have USE, but there are many other needs. Like any other child, there are many other needs they need: the scholastic materials, uniform, and the rest. The orphans are not cared for. They are actually like to meet my concern. And when it comes to, let's say, university and other tertiary institutions, I remember there was an affirmative action for ladies, and they are given like 1.5 points. But the orphans are not thought about. I am requesting government, how can government come in and help these vulnerable children, the orphans, support them through education, if it means having some memorandum of understanding with even private schools and at all levels. But for sure, the orphans in Uganda need attention. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If we are talking about orphans, all the orphans, not specifically on HIV, there are even orphans on accidents. Me, I'm a total orphan. How are you going to help us, the orphans?
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm wondering whether the member is also talking about senior orphans like myself and you. But the fact is, honorable colleagues, this is a matter that we need to think through, because a number of our children have failed to go to school, though government has put in place a number of interventions, UPE, USE, but still there are those orphans who do not have scholastic materials to make them go to schools. We need to think through this with the Minister of Education.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hassan.
Thank
Carol
you.
Hassan. Carol Hassan.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Abeja.
My issue is about the presidential pledge. This issue, I think it's been long overdue. The president promised to tarmac Mohanga, Chisis, Kebisoni, Rukunjiri. And I've been mentioning this issue since last Parliament, and we're expecting it on this financial year. Now that the Prime Minister is here, can you give us the whatever you're planning? Do we expect that tarmac load, or it's no longer there? Because it's really been longer overdue. Then the second issue, Right Honorable Prime Minister, we thank the government who were able
one
to...
question.
Just one.
Right Honorable Speaker, the road she's mentioning is one of those priority roads under NDP3. And the government is going to prioritize that road.
Hassan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
In Luero, we have river Romansi, and it has burst its banks, breaking and destroying 3 roads, major roads. One from Kaule to Wauleta, then Wobulenzi, Wauleta through Vashijula. The big question is that this road has been there for so many years, and these rains keep coming year in, year out. I want to know what is the plan for the people of Luero, for the people of Vashijula. Last week, a child lost her life from school, 6-year-old child, crossing from school, going home through the river, and she was taken away by running water. So I want to know from the Prime Minister what is the plan about these roads.
Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, the President has directed that roads in Luero district be prioritized. We have a road that is going to be worked on, Luero Butalangu up to Ngoma, and of course with a V through the bridge you are talking about to this town council. I'm forgetting the name, members. Not Nakaseke. And then we also are going to have this road from Matuga up to Kapeka, connecting directly to Semuto. Thank you so much.
Abeja.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As you directed last time when I submitted my letter to you, the Ministry of Water, to do for us water for irrigation, indeed they went and did the survey. But my request to Right Honorable Prime Minister, as the Right Honorable Speaker did, I would also implore you to make a phone call to the Ministry of Water to go and do for us water for production. That is Nexus Green. The money is there. It is not going to come from the Ministry of Finance. Thank you.
Water. Musoke.
Since she's suggesting a phone call, I would definitely do the same. And also come back to her. And I request that members, once in a while, come to our offices. Some of these things we can settle in the office. I've always said my doors are always open to you, honorable members. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Musoke.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
If you have spoken today, you're not going to speak.
Right Honorable Speaker, in urban areas there is increasing groups of youth who are becoming a problem, a radical. In Nansana, we have a group who have graduated from actually stealing to now killing people. In one of our areas called Chibwa, they killed 3 people. And there is also another group that sits in early morning taxis. Those early passengers get problems. They lob them.
They kill using what?
They kill machetes.
And that is the same thing that was raised by Honorable Shabe yesterday. I think you need to interest yourself. You need to interest yourself.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, some of those gangs have been arrested. And those are some of the people they were claiming that government is witch hunting and arresting. Colleagues, yes, it is. It is true. Some of these names you know. The Ministry of Internal Affairs will continue to pacify and make sure that these gangs are arrested. And when we arrest them, please, colleagues, give us support. These people are a menace to you and to the community. They may be your supporters, yes, but allow government and the security agencies to do their work. Then lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, through police, has always requested for support from us. Let me give you an example.
In terms of information?
Yes. Recently, they nearly killed one of your reporters here. That young man reports for NTV. He's called Ronald Galiwango. They nearly killed him, those people. And you know he comes from Nazana. We arrested some of these gangsters. We continue to arrest them. And when we arrest them, colleagues, give us support.
You see, today they are killing somebody else, tomorrow they will kill you. Omara?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question relates to tax arrears on gold exports. Right Honourable Speaker, the 10th Parliament enacted a mining law which provided for a 5% tax on a kilo of refined gold exports. This law could not be implemented because there was serious disagreement between the gold refining companies and Uganda Revenue Authority. However, the 11th Parliament in 2022 repealed the Mining Act of 2003 and cured the lacuna in the law by making a provision in the new Mining Act under Section 287, subsection 2S, that a tax of 200 per kilogram of gold exported will be applied. The provision of the law, Right Honourable Speaker, allows for a retrospective application of the tax effective 1st July 2021. My question to the Prime Minister, therefore, is that could the Minister responsible for minerals, as a matter of urgency, brief this House on why her ministry has not facilitated the recovery of the tax arrears, since we are running a deficit budget? The amount anticipated is around 350 billion shillings. Then also, could the Minister for Finance update this House on the total outstanding gold export tax arrears accumulated since 1st July 2021, and also whether the ministry has included tax on gold exports in the financial year 2023-2024 budget estimates I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Kasai, that is not for an answer now. We need to know how much is the tax arrears and what are your plans to recover the tax arrears. We are going into appropriation. We need all the kinds of money. We want the money. So report back on Tuesday on how much is the tax. Link up with the honorable member. It's a very serious matter. For us, we want money.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The issue of taxes is not a responsibility of Ministry of Energy. However,
work together with the Minister of Finance and ensure that we have the information as a house.
That's okay, but I want to make one thing clear. When the law was amended, we actually signed a statutory instrument for recovery of that money from the gold exporters. And that statutory instrument is now effective. It means Uganda Revenue Authority can go ahead to recover that money from the gold exporters.
Honorable Kasai, can you take the instruction of the House? That can you make a follow-up and ensure that the money is recovered? Let's not work in isolation. Whether it is URA or what does it cost you to get in touch with URA and find out whether it has been recovered or not?
Much obliged, Right Honourable Speaker.
We are helping you people to make sure that you recover these monies. We need the money, all the monies, we need it. Honorable members, the Prime Minister is tired. Okwalinga.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I have a question which is directly for the Minister of Education. In January of 2021, the President of the Republic of Uganda went and officially launched and opened 2 secondary schools which were built in memory of the victims of war that were killed during the UPA war in Teso. These are Abwele Secondary School and OJ Senior Secondary School. Up to date, the buildings are empty. They are roofed, fully roofed, and even with marble down, but the students who have deliberately gone there forcefully, and we had to look for untrained teachers to train them because the government has not yet taken over the schools, whereas the president had come there to launch. But I'm wondering why the Minister of Education is delaying to code these 2 secondary schools, which were built in remembrance of the blood of the people that were killed by NRA. So I am asking the minister, when are they coding these schools, and when is government taking over the management of these schools by posting the headmaster, teachers, and all the furniture required and the logistics? Thank you.
Thank you, Education.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and Honorable Opolot. Well, I have had a question now. I had personally not known that those schools, but to my knowledge and ability, those schools were constructed by the Minister of State Affairs. Now that there is an issue of grant aiding, let me take it up with the ministry, then I'll be able to report back to the honorable colleague directly. Right, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you.
Correct, they were constructed by State House.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much for the correction.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I was almost giving up, but I had hope in you. I would like to send my question direct, one on education. In Rute South, that is a Tech sub-county and a Mach sub-county, as per the government program to have seed schools, these 2 sub-counties are struggling with the construction of their school, temporary construction, and I would like to know from Ministry of Education what plans do they have for it. 2, to Minister of Local Government. Mach sub-county is one of the oldest sub-county in Lira district, but when it was given a town council, Mach sub-county disappeared, but in the government administrative plan, its code and all the money is always being sent to the district, but it's lacking political side to make it operational. When do you plan to have the election for Mach sub-county?
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, let me give information to honorable members that government is looking for 1.98 trillion to make sure that every parish there is a school, to make sure that every sub-county there is a government-aided school. And once we have this money, all your sub-counties will be covered. But the Minister of Education is here. He can start from there and add some more information.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. It's true, like the Prime Minister has clearly stated, that we have a budget which we require as the Minister of Education and Sports, which will be able to cover all parishes as far as the policy is concerned, of a primary school per parish, then also a secondary school per sub-county for those sub-counties without government-aided secondary schools. For this specific subject matter of my sister Linda, maybe I'll need to cross-check whether those sub-counties she has mentioned are already in the plan within the Ministry of Education and Sports budget for financial year coming or the subsequent financial year of 2024-2025.
And give her a response.
I will be able to give her the response. Thank you.
Kelea, Hilderman. Kelea.
Thank you so much,
Okay.
Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. There was a question on Amach sub-county and town council. Colleagues, in 2020, we got a ruling from court. We cannot, in the time between the elections, request for a general election in a sub-county. We'll have to wait until the next election. So we're going to handle the issue of a March sub-county. I'm very much aware of it. In the year 2025, we'll discuss it and then see how to bring it forward for the elections in 2026. I thank you.
Thank you. Kelea,
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for
Cecilia.
the opportunity to inform the Prime Minister of the disaster that befell Isingiro district. We received heavy rains and hailstorms, and more than 40 villages have been affected. And people's homes lost roofs, churches were run down, 2 bridges were run down. We actually lost 2 lives in that storm. So, Right Honourable Prime Minister, you have been appreciated before that you have come to the assistance of such communities well in time, but it's now coming to a month. Actually, people in those communities are now internally displaced, staying with relatives and friends and neighbors. So we are requesting, Right Honourable Prime Minister, that you come to our rescue. Please supply us with food rations because people basically have nothing to eat. Supply us with the fast maturing seedlings so that we are able to recover so fast, and also help us to supply us with the building materials, including iron sheets, so that we get these institutions back on stage. And we also request that you help us to repair these bridges so that we can restore the road network. Then lastly, Right Honourable Speaker, we have been promised a road from Isingiro to Rakai for over 20 years now. Isingiro being a refugee hosting community, we have 2 big refugee camps. That road, we have waited for it for more than 2 decades, and we understand there is money available for that road, but we keep wondering why it is not getting implemented in time. Right Honourable Speaker and Right Honourable Prime Minister, we beg your intervention in time. Thank you.
Fast growing seeds.
Right Honourable Speaker, you know Kerea is called Wamizi Marunji. Wamizi Marunji. That a lady with very good water. So, Honourable Speaker and colleagues, that was a light moment. The road from Rakai to Isingiro, we are currently using UNRWA engineers to do the feasibility studies, because that road will be worked on using the money from World Bank. It's a grant. And we are going to use Dr. Deep to work on that road. Then the minister can talk about the disaster.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I was personally in the Isingiro district yesterday. We had gone there with a mission together with the European Union. I got a report from the cow, and this morning I forwarded the report to the accounting officer to be able to support the people of Isingiro. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilderman.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Prime Minister, around October last year, I reported to your office, to the Ministry of Health, about Camping's a healthy facility that got unroofed. Your office replied to me and promised that they are going to send a team to the ground. But up to now, Right Honourable Prime Minister, I'm battling to put temporary shelter despite asking it from government. Nothing has been done on ground. You can imagine the heavy rains going on right now and what I'm battling with on behalf of government. But to make matters worse, Right Honourable Prime Minister, Camping's a healthy facility accommodates the vulnerable children whom we take to Camping's Rehabilitation Center. So you can imagine those young children without a healthy facility, and the government is looking on. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, you confidently promised me last year, but up to now, nothing has been done.
Yes,
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Dr. Hildeman is one of my best friends. Yes, it's only unfortunate that he did not follow up. I request that we team up again and we shall handle that campaign in Sahel Center. I promise.
Dr. Hildeman, make a follow-up for Cecilia Lob. Lob, Cecilia Lob. Miss Uganda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for recognizing me today. Right Honorable Speaker, we talked so much about girl child who were victims of COVID-19.
You mean I've not been recognizing you?
I thought today was a bit...
Especially as Miss Uganda.
Yes.
Okay.
Today was a bit rare. We have talked so much about girl child who have been victims of COVID-19. And Right Honorable Speaker, we in Dokolo have gone ahead. We have captured data on the girl child parish by parish. And we are stuck with our data because we expected the government to come up with programs and plans on how we are going to handle these vulnerable children. We want to know from the Ministry of Education and maybe Gender whether we have been able to track these children. How many of the thousands of those girls who have been absorbed in school? And those who are not absorbed, what has happened to them? Where are they? And I'm raising this, Right Honorable Speaker, because in Dokolo, I came to discover that many of them were chased away from home. When you come back pregnant, the parents say they don't have the capacity to look after you and your baby. And then you try to look for your boyfriend, is nowhere to be found. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we are responsible for these children. And I want to know what the government is doing to track these children, mainstream these children, and give them a future. Right Honorable Speaker, that is my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Imat.
Right Honorable Speaker, there is a campaign coordinated by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development responding to the girls who got pregnant and some have already given birth. Some affected by other forms of violence and sexual issues. The data we have, we are in partnership with many NGOs that have accepted to skill those who cannot go back to school. The person heading the campaign is the First Lady, supported by other senior officials. The Vice President made a statement on this floor about that campaign and in cabinet, and a lot of them returned to school. Most of them actually sat their examination, so maybe we can give a comprehensive statement on that matter later.
Yeah, I think give us a comprehensive report on that. And
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to know, as a member of Parliament, doesn't matter where you come from, where do we get those programs? What is the rationale of choosing who is to be skilled, who is not to be skilled? We need to know.
That's the report she's going to give. Because I saw her killing some people in my district. I saw. So that she needs to give us that report. The killing is taking place. Lob.
Right Honourable Speaker, it's a long day, so I'll only I'll only tell the Right Honourable Prime Minister to remind her the questions he has not answered, so that she can go and prepare properly to answer them. So the rest I will not bother her. So that she go and makes a recollection and answer to the members, maybe personally or in some other informal platform.
Up next on UBC, brought to you by
My Airtel app, the smart way. Download today on the App Store or the Google Play Store.